So first and foremost, I did want to say that we officially have both the projection screen and audio up on the screen in the boardroom. So as we proceed in the meeting, and if those who are going to be in the audience throughout the course of the day, if you want to take a seat and be more comfortable in here, you're going to see the same information that we've got. So I just wanted to make sure that if you're going to plow through with this with us for 6 hours, we can at least make this comfortable for you as best we can. So we've got a space over here in the boardroom. So D-BRAC members, good morning. I just wanted to go ahead and cover the agenda in terms of the materials we're going to cover today. So a couple of things in terms of our agenda is, as the members have seen in the email that I sent out in response to the presentation that we saw on December 17th, as well as the remarks from Superintendent Smith, the meeting is going to be structured in the course of covering 3 topic areas today. One is, how does D-BRAC move forward on any potential boundary changes for the west side? 2 is potential criteria for preserving or maintaining K-8s in our system. And then the 3rd topic area is going to be around the criteria for having an elementary middle school model in the system. So the framework for the discussion today is going to be around getting an informational update from staff briefly on all 3 of those issue areas. And then the members are going to have a good 45 minutes to an hour dialogue on each of those topics to get a sense of where the membership is generally on that. And then what we'll do for the bulk of the afternoon is members will actually voluntarily break up into 3 subgroups covering each of those issue areas and take a deep dive into those topics to see, based on all of the feedback that we've gathered today, based on all of the information that we have received to date broadly, what kinds of recommendations would we potentially make on those 3 issue areas. So I think for about between 1 and 3 or 4 o'clock is when we're going to make some real strides in that area. And then from 4 to 5 is when the group is going to come back together and report out on where the committee thinks it could potentially be. So for those who are wanting to stay for the full 6 hours, know that there's a stretch in between where we're going to be breaking into subgroups. So if we want to go take a break, over the course of the day and then come back, you can, but just know that that's going to be the protocol for our schedule this morning. So with that, members, in your green packets, actually, let me just double check here. Before we do some other committee business, I'm going to turn it over to Jim Jacks, who's going to facilitate public comment.
Thank you, Chairman Trombley. My name is Jim Jacks. I work at Portland State University. I'm the facilitator for D-BRAC. So a couple of comments, because we have some people that haven't been here before. D-BRAC is not making decisions today. D-BRAC exists to provide advice to the superintendent. As you heard, this is a 6-hour working meeting. D-BRAC has been consistently interested in hearing from the public in a variety of settings, and there are an enormous number of people that turned in yellow cards to speak today. We're not going to be able to hear from all of them, but we'll be able to hear from a bunch of them. And there are many opportunities between now and late January or February or whenever the board finally makes decisions. So there's lots of opportunities between now and then for you or anyone else in the district to provide some feedback to the committee and to influence the decision-making process. So these meetings are recorded. They're available on the PPS website. I strongly suggest, if you aren't able to speak today, to provide some written comments to the committee. And then there are the mechanics of how we'll do this. I'll call up a couple of people at a time. The microphone's right here. And introduce yourself, name and the school you're affiliated with. And you'll have about 2 minutes. And I've got a timer here. And I'll be kind of kneeling right here. And I have an enormous yellow card that I will wave when you have about 20 or 30 seconds left. And then when I stand up, that is your cue to finish up. And if you can be timely, then that gives more people more opportunities to speak. So that's our process. So at this point, I'm going to call up our first couple of people. Hilda Hernandez with Cesar Chavez, and after that is Oscar Guevara. let me apologize in advance if I mispronounce anybody's name. So first up, Hilda Hernandez, and then Oscar Guerra Vera. So.
Hilda Hernandez isn't here yet, but I was going to interpret for her and speak as a community member representing many parents in cluster schools that lead into Madison High School, Jefferson High School, and Roosevelt. Primarily working with immigrant and refugee parents in organizing leadership so that they become leaders and know the systems in Portland Public Schools. And there's a few conversations that parents have been having for the past few weeks about what equity means to them. And some of the common themes that come up are the voices of people that are brought into equity, and oftentimes, and considering historical patterns of people who have been at the margins to bring to lift up those voices and bring them forward. These are the kind of things that I think you'll be hearing from some of those parents. And primarily to do that the process, to slow down a decision-making process so that those voices can have more room in the current process. Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have a couple of students, Shabela Jensen and Millie Jarvis. And after them, are they here? Oh, terrific. And then after them will be Carissa Harrison. And use this mic. It's a little lower.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sabela Jensen from MLC. I'm Millie Jarvis from MLC. And we are here to represent MLC, basically. And we are here to talk about the fact that we would like to keep our school and what some of the cons of what we do at our school, and the pros of the fact that our school is different, and that's why we would like to keep it. And we think it's really special because we get to go on different opportunities that not all schools get to go to, and that's what mainly we love about it. In 6th grade, we get to go off campus, which teaches us other lessons, and it teaches us more than just looking at a textbook. It lets us, because we're working on a conference, and that teaches us more life skills as well. Adding on to going off campus, it teaches us responsibility for ourselves and not being watched by teachers and everyone basically at our school. It teaches us responsibility, self-responsibility. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Terrific job, the two of you. Carissa and then Marina McLean. Carissa Harrison. A little taller than our last speakers.
Hello, my name is Carissa Harrison, and I'm the parent of 2 students at Atkinson Elementary School in Southeast Portland. I'm here today to clearly frame a question. If you are presented with 2 choices, one that right-sizes schools but creates greater imbalance in poverty levels at the middle school level in an area of the district, or one that also right-sizes the schools in that area but reduces the imbalance in poverty levels between the middle schools, which choice would you make? This is not a hypothetical question. The choice exists in Southeast Portland. What I have heard over and over again in this process is that the primary goal of this enrollment balancing effort is to create equal core programs at all schools. What I have been saying throughout the public comment period is that in my area of the district, Southeast Portland, the result of only focusing on the enrollment outcome is that PPS is choosing to create separate and therefore inherently unequal middle schools in our area. One middle school is left wealthier because of the proposed changes, and the other 1 or 2 new middle schools being proposed for our area are intentionally clustering poverty with a half-hearted nod to equity because it ensures Title I funds are not diluted. This is a choice the district is making, but it is not the only choice available to you. You could create more socioeconomically balanced middle schools in our area by looking at moving the Richmond Focus Option School out of Mount Tabor Middle School. PPS staff in their newly released issue paper on focus option schools acknowledges this choice. The paper reads, "It is not necessary to relocate Richmond in order to right-size neighborhood schools. PPS, however, could relocate the program and still find a solution resulting in right-sized neighborhood schools within the region if there were other important reasons to do so. Other important reasons like not creating a great disparity in the poverty levels of the middle schools in our area. I have heard from both PPS staff and D-BRAC members that they want to highlight the importance of providing the community with the rationale for the decisions you make in this process. If this process goes forward without addressing the choices you have in this part of the district, I would add that you also need to provide a rationale for the decisions you choose not to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Marina McLean, a student, and then Maddie Kahn.
Hi, I'm Marina McLean. I'm an 8th grader at MLC, and I brought my homework today. So even though I was told that we had to come to this big thing to show support for our MLC, I brought my homework because I have a responsibility to my homework. But I could have stayed home, and my parents told me that I had the option to stay home. But everyone here, everyone that you see wearing a green shirt, and some of them not wearing a green shirt because not everyone owns something that's green, but everyone here from MLC has a responsibility to the school and to the community, and it wasn't forced on us. Like, nobody told us that you had to be here today. But the people here have been affected so much by MLC that they have something that they have to make up for this school for giving them so much, me as well. MLC has totally shaped my life and changed it in a way that I don't think would have been possible at any other school. And I have a responsibility to stand up for it if it's ever in danger. And even though I won't be at MLC forever, it's still a part of my life and a part of everyone else here from MLC. So don't close it. We're a community, a thriving community, obviously, from the multitudes of slightly crazy people here. But we're slightly crazy in the best way possible. Because we are the MLC community. Thank you.
Thank you. So Maddie Kahn and then Anna Cox.
Hi, I'm Maddie Kahn, certified doula, member of African American Breastfeeding Coalition, member of Brave for Reproductive Justice, and I attended MLC 12 or 13 years ago. And I'm all of this because of MLC. I just heard about it last night that it was trying to close, and I just wanted to come show my support to the community of MLC. Sorry. Attending the school really shaped my life in a positive way, and I wouldn't be the person I am today. I transitioned out of Harriet Tubman Middle School, which is now closed, into MLC, and it just gave me the tools to be comfortable with who I am and be afraid to stand up for stuff. That's why I'm in all the different committees I am for human rights, immigration, and different things. And I would like my children to be able to attend it to get the same experience I did. And if it stays open and available, I plan on volunteering at the school to help out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Cox.
Hi. Here. I'm speaking for the Woodstock Neighborhood School, which is proposed to be cut according to the proposed changes. And I'm not sure if that's even going to be addressed today, because looking at the questions that you are addressing, but I still want to be here to speak because I feel strongly that there are other options where you would not have to cut the Woodstock Neighborhood School or the Woodstock School. So I want to point out on your key performance indicator tables, the new ones that are updated, that the Mandarin immersion and the Woodstock Neighborhood School are still combined. And so the number shows that if you subtract out the Mandarin immersion program, which is about 53.5 students per grade, you're going to get a number of 23.7 students per grade for the Woodstock Neighborhood School. And that's the lowest number in PPS for any class size average. That's if these cuts go through. And that's also below the threshold for assignment of a full-time teacher for PPS. So that means that Woodstock Neighborhood School will be under-enrolled. And per Portland State University's projections for enrollment, Woodstock is actually less right now than what they projected. They were projecting that this would be the peak year for the Woodstock attendance enrollment. And after this, it declines. So you would have to pretty much ignore those projections if you were to propose cutting Woodstock Neighborhood School. We think another option for this is if you guys look back, there was a memo that was sent to you from the Department of Dual Language, and this made recommendations. It said that there is a need for the, there is a need for the lack of space for the Russian immersion program to be addressed, and that this has not been addressed yet. So, and that's at Kelly Elementary. And if the Russian immersion program does stay at Kelly Elementary, the neighborhood school needs to be cut, and that would be a better option than cutting Woodstock, because they all feed into the same middle schools, the same high schools, and then if Marshall is reopened, that would, as they're planning on doing, that would create more continuity for these students. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure why the lights went dark there, but that was not trying to. So, Tina Oliver.
Hello, my name is Tina Oliver, and I feel like I'm very close to you guys. I'm the mother of a third grader at Hayhurst Neighborhood School. I'm also an active member of the PTA. First, I want to say thank you to all of you. You guys have a very hard job, and there are a lot of people who are angry right now, and I appreciate all the work you're putting into this. So I just want to start with that. I'm going to start with what I'm going to ask of you, and then I'll give you a little background, and I'm going to end with the same ask. So as you know, Hayhurst School is one building with two programs, the Hayhurst Neighborhood side and the Odyssey Focus option. Both scenarios have the same change, which is that Odyssey moves to a different building, and then the Hayhurst Neighborhood program remains. Both of our communities, while at first obviously everyone was upset for different reasons, both of our communities think that this is going to be a good change for both of our programs. I looked through your guidelines for the meeting today, and one of the concerns is when Odyssey leaves, Hayhurst Neighborhood School will be under-enrolled, so that's what I want to address. The ask that I have of all of you is that if we're going to make this change, that we do it for this fall, 2016. The reason for that is because if nothing changes, we're going to be over-enrolled at a level that will affect both programs significantly, and I just want to kind of talk about what that means for us. The neighborhood side used to be kind of a small program. We're a small kind of middle-class community in the middle of a bunch of other communities. And our enrollment went up significantly about 2 years ago when a low-income housing community opened, Stevens Creek Crossing, and all of those families came into our school. It was a difficult year for all of us because it happened mid-year, as you know. And so our enrollment jumped, and a lot of those families had just been displaced. And I am very proud to say our community rallied tremendously to welcome those families. We've started several programs, including support for food insecurity, clothing, lots of things to support these families. I'm very proud of that. As a result of that, and then our growing community, we now have 3 sections in kindergarten. We have 1 in 5th grade. It's expected that 3 sections will just continue marching along, including my preschooler. So while next year, if Odyssey just leaves, we will look a little bit under-enrolled. I encourage you to think about how that is going to change in a couple of years. It's not going to look like that. We're going to have 3 sections per grade in no time. If you guys choose to recommend to invite some students from our neighboring communities, our community would welcome new families like we already have done. It might be a little disruptive for those kids because chances are in a couple of years they'll need to go back because we just won't have the room. It looks like we're going to keep growing. It's projected, we're at that front end of the wave where families whose kids are grown are moving out, and the people buying homes in our community have small children. Don't drink the water in our neighborhood. I think it renders your birth control ineffective. If you go to the parks, there are babies everywhere. So they're coming. It's like an army of babies and preschoolers. Okay? So, and one more thing. If you guys don't make the change this fall, we will be okay because we have the best principal in the universe. But what she has said is that we will have classrooms in our cafeteria, which is also our stage. The Odyssey program, a big part of the Odyssey program is that they do plays. They won't be able to do that because there will be classrooms. Plus, we've already used half of our library for a kindergarten class. We are bursting at the seams. So again, my ask is if you're going to do it, please do it this fall. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comment portion of the agenda for this morning. If you did not get a chance to speak, I strongly encourage you to send some written comments, either a hard copy or via email to the committee. And Committee Chair Jason Trump.
So 2 minor things before we move into the next agenda item. One is, first is, this is a very full room, and it's been like this both at our committee meetings and at the community forums. And so I just wanted to say, both for the committee staff and also members of the public, that it's not an easy space in which to speak freely and honestly, but I'm thankful that everyone has allowed this space to be an open environment for our kids and students to speak honestly about how the changes may impact them. And so while it's tough to speak openly in a room full of 400 people, I'm appreciative that students have felt comfortable to tell us what they truly think and why changes will impact them. So I just wanted to thank everyone here, and especially folks in the last several months that have allowed us to make sure that, first and foremost, that we hear about how changes will impact our students. So I just wanted to honestly, as a person who's coached high school students for 10 years, I'm thankful that we can create spaces for our kids, especially in the most controversial of topics. So in particular, just for Savela, Millie, and Morena, thank you for speaking honestly with us this morning, especially on a Saturday. And then it also, so for everyone who's from MLC who didn't get a chance to speak, could we just figure out how many of you are actually in the room, because I'm actually intrigued. And stand up. So, awesome. So for everyone raising our hands and in your green showing up on Saturday, thank you. In some fun way, it feels like a Timbers game, which is awesome to me. Timbers game, and that's why I'm wearing my Timbers Army scarf. Second thing is, I think for the parent who talked about Hayhurst and Odyssey, I think that's a particular kind of comment that we can hopefully try to incorporate into the discussion into one of our small groups that's going to focus on the West Side changes today. So for all of the parents who have given us some really specific feedback to consider over the last several months, especially in this final stretch, I just wanted to thank you for being the additional extra eyes and ears for things that we have to consider before making recommendations. So thank you for that. Jim?
Thank you, Chairman Trombley. So changing gears to our next agenda item, subcommittee structure. And as Jason's email earlier in the week forecast, what we're basically, many of you have observed that a lot of D-BRAC's best work has occurred when you've been in small groups. And similar to the December Saturday session, we'll divvy ourselves up, and in a moment you'll get to self-select which subcommittee you want to be in. And this structure, it's an effective way for you to build on the knowledge and experience of a very large, diverse committee. And one of the values is every one of you as a committee member gets to weigh in on each topic, and every one of you gets to participate in a deep dive on a particular one. And the three topical areas are similar to what's on your agenda: the West Side boundary modeling, the K-8 location criteria, and the middle school location criteria. And it would be a request, you get to self-select into which subcommittee you want to be in. A request is that for senior district administrators to not all be on the same committee. So, you know, kind of Tony and Hector and some of the others, if you can spread yourselves out a little bit, that would probably be helpful. So what we're going to do, we're going to have the West Side boundary modeling group kind of sit here on this side, and we'll have the K-8 location criteria be over here, and the middle school location criteria be here. So what we're going to do now is gather your belongings, stand up, and go to where you want to be. West Side boundary, K-8, middle school. And we'll spend a bunch of time with these small groups throughout the rest of the day. So let's take 2 minutes to shuffle. So we've got, middle school, K-8. I read. Go ahead and shift around the table. West side modeling, K-8.
But they didn't really make the points we were hoping to make. Is it possible to have Meg Haskell come up and just speak for 2 minutes on more of the salient points about this?
Designated speaker. So, committee, make the shift to go where you want to be.
Ned. 2 minutes that we already have a fixed speaker. This is our instruction moment for you.
So. D-BRAC members, if you could take another 30 seconds to change spots, please.
Just go sit with your groups.
So I think it does address them. Thanks, Coach.
I won't take 4. I might take 2.
Okay, so D-BRAC members, we had a little confusion. MLC had a designated speaker that I didn't realize. So we're going to do a 2-minute public comment, and if you can say your name and school and all that, and here you go.
Thanks. go ahead and settle in. I'll be here a while. No, just kidding. Fantastic. Thank you so much for taking my testimony. I really appreciate it. I also really appreciate to see that the Courageous Conversations table tents are on the table. Because what that means is that the work we've done over the last 7 years has now been integrated into what we do. So I really appreciate that. When we talk about Courageous Conversations, in our conversations, we isolate race. And I appreciate that. Today, I'm going to isolate 2 other historically marginalized populations that MLC serves so well. One is a neurodiverse population, and by that I mean students who are assigned a label of autism, Asperger's syndrome, ADHD, ADD, Tourette's. These students come to our school because they know that we have a long track record of helping and serving them with grace and dignity, and they're at the center of our program, not just welcomed. This second group is lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered students and other genderqueer students. Since Lou Frederick was at our meeting the other night, and he talked about in 1972, transgendered students were welcomed and honored in our building. When I came in 2002, transgendered students and gay students were honored and welcomed in our building. And now, you wouldn't believe the scholarship that's done in the high school, at the college level, around queer sociology, gay equity, and gay politics. It's fantastic. And they came to our staff meeting just the other day, and they taught us, and we were so impressed with the work they're doing and the radicalism and enthusiasm that they're showing. It's fantastic. For some kids, our location is key. Because what we do is the city is our classroom. And as a focus option school, we are the city magnet school. The Multnomah Court Building, the zoo, Forest Park are all our classrooms. And for kids who need experiential education, we get out into the world, they use their bodies, their minds, their noses, their taste buds to learn. And for neurodiverse kids, it's critical that this happens. This is why I'm asking you, keep MLC in its present location. We are a strong enough community to move, but in moving, we would be creating a new school culture instead of the one that we've worked 48 years, nearly 50 years to create. So please, I ask that you keep MLC in its present location. Thank you.
So for D-BRAC members, shifting into the next series of topics, basically what we're looking to do is short staff presentations of some material. We'll be looking for questions of clarification, and then after that is a large group discussion, and we'll talk a little bit more about the particulars of that in a moment. So at this point,
all right, thanks guys. Again, my name is Sarah Singer, Senior Director of System Planning and Performance. And actually, before I get started, I'm actually going to go off script a moment, and I just want to talk a little bit about MLC. So just to be really clear, and I'm sitting right next to my superintendent, and I know this is how she feels. There is absolutely 100% no plan to close MLC. And so I just want to make sure that's really clear. I know that we understand the value that MLC plays within the Portland community. I know personally that MLC is a leader in addressing the needs of LGBT students, of neurodiverse students. MLC is a valuable part of the PPS community. Again, there's no plan, no intent to close MLC. Furthermore, D-BRAC never asked us to model a situation where MLC was closed. Just to clarify, what was asked was to consider a relocation change for MLC because we have some overcrowding issues on the west side. And I'm just gonna jump to a punchline, which I was planning on doing later. When staff went to go model the west side to address overcrowding, we did not end up moving MLC in our model. And the reason was, in the model that we are going to share with D-BRAC today, we felt like in that model we didn't have to move MLC in order to address the overcrowding that is currently occurring at Chapman. Okay? So we didn't actually end up in the model even moving it. And as a general rule of thumb for our focus option programs, if there is not a need to disrupt a thriving program, we're not going to do that. So. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna go back on script. Yes, and thank you for your engagement. Okay, so I just wanted to recap where we are, because it's been a while since we've met. And last D-BRAC meeting, Superintendent Smith visited you all, and she talked about the criticality of implementation. She said we have to get implementation right, and as a result, she said that if we are going to embark upon grade reconfiguration, so meaning moving K-8 to a middle school, that from an implementation standpoint, it would be advisable to begin that in 2017 at the earliest. Boundary changes, however, could begin earlier. It's not necessarily that they have to occur earlier, but that could occur in 2016. We also talked about, we said, let's, for D-BRAC members, let's hang in there for a little bit longer, because I know some of you signed up until December, and here we are in January still meeting. And just hang on for 3 to 4 meetings, because we're right near the finish line. And the finish line for this part of D-BRAC's process looked like delivering guidance on the following things. West side boundaries in order to relieve the very urgent overcrowding that's occurring on the west side. A recommendation on the degree of K-8 grade reconfiguration. A criteria for citing middle schools and criteria for remaining K-8 schools. Some other updates I just want you to be aware of. So back in November, we went out to the community. We had a set of data to accompany our maps within those scenarios, and that data has since been updated. So I just want to make sure you're aware of in what ways they've been updated. The first way, which I think you're aware of, is we are now using 2015 data instead of 2014 data. And in December, we also applied we applied the most updated resident projections. So PSU does our projections, and now our data reflects PSU resident projections that are based on 2015 enrollment instead of 2013 enrollment. Okay? And we have updated quadrant KPIs as a result, and those are online. And we are making hard copies for you, and you will receive them shortly. There have been some changes, and I'm not going to go through every single change. I think in your folder or in an email I sent out last night, I highlighted some of those changes. But as with anything, updated data did result in some changes, and one I want to highlight is if you look in 2020, fast forward to 2020, we have now what I would call newly overcrowded schools that didn't show as overcrowded in the previous data set. And so that would be Laurelhurst, Lee, Creston, Mount Tabor, Sunnyside, Gray, Skyline, and actually Hayhurst should be on here as well. And Hayhurst assumes Odyssey together in that. So something else, we just wanted to give do you have a question, Scott? Yeah. Is that what it is?
PSU has been pretty darn considering forecasting is, I don't know if this is on. PSU has been pretty good at the district level stuff. And I realize this is a neighborhood level, not a school level, a neighborhood level.
Right.
What's the confidence interval around that, at that level? This is in no way a criticism of PSU. It's just.
Right. So you're right. So I don't have the confidence interval memorized, but the general, what you said is correct. Like at the district level, PSU, his question was, what's the level of confidence? I think you actually asked for the specific confidence level of PSU's projections at the neighborhood level. And I don't have a number in my head, but what we know is that PSU has actually been amazingly accurate, I think, at the aggregate level. So you're right, like for the district. But when it comes to individual neighborhoods, there's so many different factors that can play a role. And so that becomes harder to do, and that's where you see less accuracy. We'll get a better answer for you in terms of how accurate. So wanted to give a kind of a district-wide program status update and more of a just reminder as you meet in your subcommittees to just make sure that they are not that they are still included in your conversations because they're an important part of our PPS system. And so that's really strange that it doesn't show up. Okay, so there's headers here that don't show up, but right here would say the school. And so Odyssey is a program, actually let me back up. We just want you to keep in mind that these Odyssey, Access, CSS, and Alliance, and we're going to talk about Alliance in a minute, we got to remember that they need homes as well, right? And in some of the scenarios and in some of the models, we have been playing around with different configurations, and it has left some of these schools homeless, essentially. So just don't forget about them. And so what I want to talk about is each one. Odyssey, it's a focus option. It's located in the Hayhurst building. When you have Odyssey and Hayhurst together, there's overcrowding. That's actually, that 10 signifies the number of classrooms that are needed that are associated with the Odyssey program. So we need to make sure that we find a home for Odyssey that can support at least 10 classrooms. Access, alternative program, currently housed at Rose City Park. In one of the scenarios and in some of the models, we have we open Rose City Park as a neighborhood school. That then leaves Access without a home, and Access will require about 16 classrooms. So just keep that in mind. CSS, Creative Science School, focus option, currently housed at Clark. In some of the models, we reopen Clark as a neighborhood school, again, leaving a home. We need a home for CSS in that scenario. And then Alliance, which is a little bit of, I don't think we've talked a lot about Alliance, so this is a new update for you. So Alliance High School is an alternative school. It's at Benson and actually at Meek. It's a split campus. And when we started this process, we assumed that the status quo would remain, that it would continue to be living at Benson. However, recent events, through a variety of kind of board conversations and so forth, have suggested or indicated perhaps a desire for Benson High School to grow. If Benson High School grows, what that could mean is that we now need a home for Alliance. So just because it would no longer fit on Benson's campus. So that's sort of a new variable for you. So keep that in mind. And then current available buildings, East Sylvan, Humboldt, Kellogg, Rose City Park, and Tubman. So these are at Tubman after 2017. So those are buildings that are currently available to house district-wide programs. And, okay. The other thing I just want to reference, do they have the focus option? Okay, great. So the focus, you should have in front of you, no you don't, they're going to pass it around. Okay. So last night we sent you the focus option analysis, so that's going around the table. So I just want you to have that for your conversations as well. Okay, so that's my general update. And now I'm going to do a deep dive into one of the three areas, which is the West Side modeling. Okay, recap. In November, PPS released scenarios 1 and 2. And in developing these scenarios, we were trying to solve several West Side issues. And these issues included Chapman overcrowding, Lincoln overcrowding, Hayhurst Odyssey overcrowding, and then Skyline is under-enrolled. And so, in order to solve those problems, PPS staff developed scenario 1 and 2, and in scenario 1 and 2, we split Bridal Mile to Gray and West Sylvan. We reconfigured Skyline from a K8 to a K5. We provided, I think, minimal overcrowding relief to Chapman, and we moved Odyssey to East Sylvan. So those were sort of our solutions to the problems as modeled in scenarios 1 and 2. And then we went out for the community, we went out to get feedback from the community. We also got new data, and what we heard was clear opposition to the Bridal Mile split. We heard that our solution did not provide enough relief for Chapman's overcrowding situation. We heard opposition to the Skyline grade reconfiguration idea. And I think generally the idea of moving Odyssey out of Hayhurst, as far as these things go, was relatively well received. I'm sure there's probably some people who didn't like it, but we did actually hear a lot of people who did support that idea because of the extreme overcrowding that's happening with Hayhurst and Odyssey together. So then you guys said, okay, we want you to provide greater relief for Chapman. And you talked about looking at using MLC for relief if needed in order to provide that relief for Chapman. And as you'll see in the model today, we didn't relocate MLC. The model, we think, addresses Chapman's overcrowding in a different way. And you said, don't split Bridal Mile, see if you can find a different solution. So that was our marching orders. Okay, and again, I told you about how PPS staff updated the data. What I didn't tell you is how that specifically impacted the West Side. So Chapman is, now we have new data, is even more overcrowded now and in the future. So all those people that were telling us there's growth, they were right, there's growth. And Chapman's even more overcrowded. Hayhurst will be under-enrolled, so that's what our data still shows. And we did go out all the way to 2028 just to kind of check that. So what we showed is about a year and a half ago with Stevens Creek Crossing, Hayhurst enrollment did increase. And at least the data that we have shows that it stays at about those same levels all the way through 2028 in the neighborhood. To your point, Scott, like to the degree that PSU, or that anybody's projections, not just PSU's, could be 100% accurate, no. But that's the best data and the best information that we have. And when I say Hayhurst will be under-enrolled, that assumes that Odyssey would be leaving its campus.
So there's 3 sections of kindergarten this year in that neighborhood program? No.
So we can get you more specifics about Hayhurst through the presentation. Okay.
And then Capitol Hill, which was already kind of on our watch list, if you remember, as being sort of overcrowded. It becomes even more overcrowded. So in this model, once we got that new data, we actually felt like we needed to act and make some changes for Capitol Hill. So you'll see that in the new model. Okay, so what I'm going to do is talk to you as a narrative about what we did in this model, actually this kind of scenario readjustment. So we removed the bridal mile split. What we did was we sent more Chapman students. So again, trying to solve Chapman's overcrowding, and so this is it's kind of a domino impact is how this plays out. Okay, so sends more Chapman students to Ainsworth, sends Ainsworth students to Bridal Mile Enrique, sends some Bridal Mile Enrique students to Hayhurst, because remember, according to our data, Hayhurst is under-enrolled. Sends some capital, so that all those points that I just mentioned, that's meant to address the overcrowding at Chapman and the under-enrollment at Hayhurst. Then, in order to address the Capitol Hill overcrowding, we sent some of the Capitol Hill students to Stevenson. We assumed, and this is a really key assumption because this scenario wouldn't work without this assumption, it assumes Odyssey is moved to East Sylvan. And we did not use space at MLC, and there's actually another building called the Ramona. We didn't use space there either. And I think I talked a little bit about why already. Okay. Yep. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Judy because I think she is very good at explaining maps.
This is when we go to and now the weather girl covers the map. So I always wanted to be the weather girl. So the map is going around, and this is the visual on the changes that Sarah described, and we're also sending around the KPIs, which you'll get more information, a summary of in a moment. But if you remember just reading these maps, an area that's colored yellow is an area where a K5 only, where a 6-8 only change is being made. An area colored in blue. Yeah, I think there are some in the back, but if they're not, okay. Yes, so let me start here.
Nobody could read that in the handout. You can just pause 60 seconds so the audience can actually have something they can see. It'll be a lot more transparent.
So we have plenty of time for discussion and catching up. So I go pretty slowly. So so blue lines on the map are elementary school lines. Blue shaded areas are areas that are elementary school changes. Yellow lines on the map are new middle school lines. Yellow changes are changes that are only at the 6-8 level, so only at the middle school level. And we will talk about what each of these are as we go through. And then green are areas that are changing at the K5 and K8 level. Green with the red lines are changes that are K through 12. So I'd like to describe for you from the top down what these changes are. The first thing that I want to say is that for this scenario adjustment, we kept Skyline in the same location it was where we last finished with it. So the last thing that we did with Skyline was it was modeled to go to George Middle School, if you recall, and we didn't adjust that in this scenario. As you know, it could be adjusted to stay a K8. It could be adjusted into West Sylvan. But that's where it is as a starting point here today. It's a K5 going to George Middle School. The changes that we've made that are different within this are boundary changes. We're starting with additional relief for Chapman. So up here in the map, a large area, blue area from Chapman, that would move into Ainsworth. And then we have additional changes that were actually from the prior scenario that are Chapman into Bridal Mile. Other adjustments, then Ainsworth would be too full. So what we've done is we've taken this is a pretty big portion of the Ainsworth boundary. would now move south into Reiki, which would also mean that it would move into Robert Gray and into Wilson High School. What happens next is Reiki becomes too full, and actually, let me say that also that part of the Ainsworth area, I think, moves into Bridal Mile because, so Reiki becomes too full, so we have some Reiki kids that move into Hayhurst, and then we have some Bridal Mile area that also moves into Hayhurst, and even a little bit of Maplewood that moves into Hayhurst. So recall that we have Hayhurst, a school with new capacity because we're moving 9 classrooms out. In order to get to Hayhurst, and we have more kids than we have room for up in Chapman. But in order to get basically from Chapman to Hayhurst, instead of just busing a big part of Chapman into Hayhurst, we're essentially creating like a domino effect where you move into one school and then out of the other, okay? So you can see that sequence of change that does affect a lot of students. But the other thing that it does is it makes an elementary school boundaries that become complete feeders into middle and high schools. So the other effect of this is fewer students in West Sylvan and Lincoln, and more students in Robert Gray and in Wilson. However, just like we in scenario 1 or 2, we wound up with more students in Robert Gray than it could hold. So we are still proposing this change, which is the Maplewood boundary, move out of Robert Gray and into Jackson Middle School. That's not new, it's a continuing change from what you saw before. The other addition that is new, so this would be a new community that wasn't involved in our last scenario discussions, that would probably want to be involved now, because if you recall, before we talked about some overcrowding at Capitol Hill that we were monitoring. New data shows that it will become even more exacerbated, and that the nearby school Stevenson is under-enrolled. So we are proposing a boundary change here. It's a pretty big geographic area. It doesn't have that many students in it, but we think that it'll help right-size these 2 schools. So that's a new boundary change as well. A very quick, high-level summary of what those changes are, and then we're going to go back to Sarah, who's going to talk through some of the impacts. And now back to the new.
Okay, just so you know, we also looked at a few other things. We reviewed the impact of moving the Spanish immersion program currently housed at Ainsworth to Hayhurst with the thought that this might impact fewer students, because one of the trade-offs in this scenario is a lot of students are impacted through that domino effect. What we do know is that Hayhurst building is not large enough to accommodate the full Ainsworth immersion program and 2 neighborhood sections. So that's a trade-off in doing that move. Okay, so I'm just going to recap. So I'm going to talk about the school, kind of some of the issues around that we've heard around our ideas to right-size the school, and then whether it's addressed in this latest model, draft model, that we are sharing with you today. So for Bridal Mile, you asked us to not split Bridal Mile. I think we can safely say that this model doesn't, I think this model accomplishes that objective. So check. Capitol Hill, overcrowded, it's going to be overcrowded in the future. Does this model address that issue? We think it does, so check. Chapman, overcrowding now and in the future. We heard that we needed more relief for overcrowding for Chapman. We think this model addresses that issue. Hayhurst Odyssey, a little more complicated. So remember, if Odyssey remains at Hayhurst, the school is overcrowded. So we moved Odyssey to East Sylvan. We addressed the overcrowding issue, but then Hayhurst becomes under-enrolled. And so now we have to address the under-enrolled issue, and we think we've addressed the under-enrolled issue in this model. So check. Maplewood, and we haven't actually talked a lot about this one. Maplewood's actually overcrowded, according to our data. And it's about 1 classroom overcrowded. So So the thing about something like that, just as a thought, is we didn't model around that, because then you're impacting even more students. It might be a good candidate for a facility modification, because we're looking at one classroom type change.
So, can I ask what that means?
Oh, a facility modification? I'm not the expert on that, but I'm going to guess modular. Is Tony here?
That was my assumption.
What was that? Oh, of course he did. Okay, so I'm going to guess like a modular or just some sort of reconfiguration of the building.
Sorry, Sarah.
Yeah.
My other question is the yes based on 2020 data or based on current data?
Based on, sorry, say that again?
2020 data or based on current data?
This is based, we looked at 2020 data and current data. Yep. So if it was overcrowded in 2020, we considered that a problem to address. Lincoln, overcrowded now and in the future. So here's the thing. This model only slightly addresses Lincoln's overcrowding. So scenario 1 and 2 did a better job of addressing Lincoln's overcrowding than this one does, but this model does a better job than the current state. So just keep that in mind. West Sylvan was slated to be overcrowded in the future. Does this model address that? Yes. And Skyline's an interesting one. So Skyline in the future is both under-enrolled and overcrowded now and in the future. Skyline's going to remain under-enrolled regardless of what we do. So this model didn't address that. It did address the overcrowding by making it a K-5.
Are there any options left to deal with Lincoln? Because as you were describing it before we actually got the numbers, I was like, oh, sweet, we're taking care of some of the overcrowding at Lincoln. Yeah, but I noticed, yeah, it's still about 200. It's not that drastic of a change. Hearing from my colleagues that teach at Lincoln, that's still a major issue. And so I'm just wondering, the experts, are there any other options or things that we could look at?
There are always other things we can look at. Yes, so I mean, if that's something you direct us to do further, we will look at that.
So if you go to page 4 of the back page on the KPIs, the column on the far right, Lincoln goes from 1696 to 1491. That's what its enrollment would be today if this boundary change were approved and if it were fully implemented. Because of how we phase, that may not be an immediate result. Wilson would go from 1324 to 1401 with this change. What's not on here is the change that would probably, so this assumes that Skyline would stay in the Roosevelt cluster. That's another component of this. So the decision you make for Skyline would affect this enrollment as well. Yeah.
Michelle, clarifying question.
Oh, gee, it's not really clarifying. It's additional information. Can I ask for that?
So one thing I've learned in doing this is that when you address problems in enrollment balancing, sometimes you create new problems. So we wanted to highlight new problems that may have been created as a result of this model. And in full disclosure, you guys, the community, will clearly tell us that there's even more than probably what I'm listing. But here's what we know so far. So we know that in terms of distance, there's going to be some students who will have an increased distance to school due to the boundary changes, because there's a large number of students impacted. Another one is that Gray Middle School, which is, I'm probably going to get this wrong off the top of my head, it's about 560 students, drops down in size to, was it about 500 students-ish? So it actually becomes a little undersized in comparison to other middle schools, especially on the west side. So Gray, again, a little bit undersized, around 500. So, we are in the process, and we're not done, of analyzing the impact on homeless students. So we know there's some shelters on the west side, and we want to be really thoughtful with any boundary changes that we make that could impact some of our homeless students. And then the other thing that we added here was just additional research that we could conduct, and something that sort of thought of later in the game was just theoretically possible to consider boundary change from Chapman to schools east of the river. And it may not involve quite the domino effect that you see on the west side. Okay, so with that, some questions that we want you to consider is, does this plan meet enrollment balancing values better than scenario 1 and 2 for the west side? Would you recommend that we gather community input on this plan now, or should we make other modifications first? And just thoughts on timeline. Should we consider these types of changes for 2016 or beyond?
So just clarification, so for this discussion, we're of course interested in hearing from the whole committee, but mostly we're interested in making sure that, I believe this is the West Side team, which will be working as a small group to collect your thoughts and summarize later today. They're really, you guys are primary listeners and participants, but I just wanted to remind folks of that as you begin your discussion.
So, Sarah, can I ask a clarifying question? Could you go back to the slide before this? So when you say Gray is undersized, does that mean under-enrolled or just in comparison to other?
No, I don't think it depends on what, so if 450 is our under-enrollment target, it's not under-enrolled. What it's about is how critical is enrollment parity, like having middle schools roughly the same size. It's more about that than it being under-enrolled.
Okay. And while you're giving
So
Michael
just as a resident of that area, it's a much smaller building. Jackson used to be a high school. It's a huge building. West Sylvan is a bigger building. So Gray, at 500, it's just that's the size of the building. So you can't put 900 kids in Gray. That's just the building. It won't take it. But there's still 500 kids is still 7 sections, I think. So it's plenty to meet our equity goals in terms of enrollment.
Great. Thanks, Michael. And to the first bullet, do we have a sense of the magnitude of the increased distance, either by percentage or by actual time or distance?
It's not on these KPIs, it's on the school level KPIs, but we can...
So we could probably actually get that today during this meeting.
Okay.
But I don't have it on the materials that you have received.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Margaret.
So Sarah, I have a couple questions that hopefully, so I want to make sure I'm understanding kind of what I'm reading here. So the front page is of this table, okay, is the current state with the updated enrollment numbers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that, and the second page then is where the modeling begins.
Yes.
And then the third page is just it's just an extension of the model?
Yes.
And then the last page is the outcomes. In what year, I guess? Is it current year, or is that a 2020 projection?
So the 3 pages... So there's 3 pages that both explain what the model does and compare it to the current state now and in 2020. So under different, but each page has different factors. So if you go to page 2, Sarah, what are the factors that are on page 2? It's the, is it enrollment? You see the enrollment now and what it would be under the model in the future, if we don't make change to the future, what it would be in the model, right?
So I see that for everything except the high school. Is
Yes,
that right?
You're right about that.
So
that we-
is the high school current state then, or is it 2020?
High school is, I believe that's current state. And we can check on if forecast is something we can get to you during the course of this meeting.
I think that would be helpful. And just, I don't know that it's a clarifying question, but it's just a comment, and so maybe I can hold it, maybe I can't. So I think that we've spent a lot of time talking about the impacts on K-5s, K-8s, and middle schools, and very little time talking about the impact on high schools. So as we go through and we look at how this plays out across the district, if we are going to look at impacts on the west side at the high schools, I want to make sure that we maintain that same process in every quadrant of the city, please, and we do that. And then think about, I think it adds, we just have not talked about it. I don't know what else to say, maybe it's just a note that we have not talked about that up to this point, that the vast majority of the conversations have been around the impacts on K-5, K-8s, and middle schools.
So Jason and Michelle have hands up.
Just a clarifying question. I think maybe bullet point 2 covers it, which is, or not. How does the modeling factor in the current, I think it's the voluntary transfer option that happens at Bridal, I think, where you can go to Gray or Westland. Does that preserve it, or where Bridal male families would still have that choice to go to either, or does the model factor that it's not there anymore?
We didn't change it
Okay.
in the model. But if this scenario were adopted, there'd be fewer kids that would be eligible because some of those students become students in the Gray and Wilson boundary. But we haven't addressed it directly other than noting that.
I wanted to reiterate that I would like to have the other KPIs if you can get them before we do our small group that we mentioned. And then
When you say the other, just to clarify, when
So-
you say the other KPIs, you're talking about for scenario 1 and 2?
You
or-
have like 18 of them. So this just has neighborhood poverty levels and enrollment or over enrollment. And so like that would help us with the proximity question. And, whichever one, you might not have them, for whatever you have them for, if you have them.
We can get you more information.
Okay.
Our technical team is here
Okay.
for that purpose, so if there's
all of them would be
a
interesting.
need to
but
get specific data points, some of them won't be in a pretty format.
The proximity one is the one that, also stands out, I think, that's not on here. And then I'm trying to understand the impact on George and I guess also Roosevelt, and it would be interesting to me to have the line from the other cluster on this spreadsheet because, and then I don't know how you're guessing how that interplays with other changes in that cluster. So did you assume that Astor is a K-8 still and how that affects George?
In our next set of presentations, we're actually going to get there. So you're going to hear about what happens with George when Skyline goes over. You're going to hear what happens to in the model, because you guys had asked us for some modeling. So we're going to produce and share a draft kind of model with you that will address some of those.
And we'll have similar sheets before we do our subcommittee work then. Okay.
Yes, we just haven't handed them out yet. Okay, and just one last thing regarding the, should we consider these changes for implementation in 2016? Just wanted you to have a few more information points around that. So we do have in place a facility, a multi-departmental team to assess short-term facility needs if no enrollment adjustments are made for next year. So we have convened a team to handle that if that were needed. Transfer options, PPS is prepared to continue voluntary transfer from Chapman and Beverly Cleary to reduce overcrowding at those schools, so we could continue what we're doing. And then staffing, the staffing, which is actually happening now, which also involves us. Staffing team will consider other ways to support core programs at under-enrolled schools. So that's how we can sort of maintain for next year. Okay.
So what we're interested in now is a couple of things. One, feedback from committee members, and in a significant way, you'll be providing your feedback to this subcommittee who will be doing a deep dive on this later this afternoon. We're hoping to hear from everybody before we hear from anybody a second time. And I recognize some of you may not have a burning comment that you want to provide now, but if you do later on, you'll jump the line ahead of people that have already commented a couple of times. So I don't know if any of the subcommittee members want to provide any thoughts or comments first.
My one thought is, there was a question here about when do we take it to the community. I think a number of these proposed changes will be extremely contentious, and I would suggest we take it to the community sooner rather than later if we're ever going to get to resolution.
So, Michelle.
I'm sorry, I'm not really quite sure what you're wanting me to comment on, but I did have an idea or a thought that I might want to hear more from the rest of the people who aren't sitting over on this side of the room. We have spent very little time talking about the river as a natural boundary, and I'm looking at one of these last bullet points. Skyline is proposed to cross the river. Here it says maybe Chapman, maybe some of the students closer to downtown might be suggested to move. And I don't know if that's something we're supposed to be considering today, but I would think I would like to know what how the committee feels about the river as a natural boundary, because I really have no idea. I have my own ideas.
So I have kind of two comments on this. One is, I think, and they're both based on kind of what I've heard at community forums. One is from when attending the forum at West Sylvan, a lot of bridal mile families concerned about the split feeder. I'm glad that this gets rid of it. So it's immediately acknowledging something that we've heard on the front end. So I'm pleased that this is responsive to that. I'm pleased, in a sense of when hearing from a number of, families in the north part of Portland where I live, there was a perception that in the original scenarios there wasn't a lot of change, or at least they had observed that there wasn't a lot of change on the west side. So they had a perception of, oh, the district is only wanting to serve, the west side, and they don't care about the east side or the north side in particular. At least that's their perception. So at least it feels like when we're looking deep dive at every community, like every community's, we're looking at changes across the board to really deal with the full system. So for me, at least, putting on my North Portland, it's acknowledging fears of this. Some communities felt like they were preserved or exempted from being considered as this process. So from that side, I bring in is it really thoughtfully deals with some of the real issues, both in terms of an implementation piece, but also an equity perception piece of who's treated and considered.
So, Joe.
So this is actually just for the group to consider. Nisha and I were talking, and the idea of boundary changes seems like something that, especially with feedback from schools and facilities, could be implemented in 2016, because we're not reconfiguring the school, and especially so the sooner we can do any of these things, if they're the right thing to do, it strikes me as takes some of the disruption out of the system.
And just to kind of piggyback on that, because I mean, it seems like much different than, say, reopening a K-5 or a 6-8, but it just, in terms of the, the work involved in the operations and the educational impact, it's not, doesn't require the same degree of operations as a grade configuration change or the reopening of a building.
Other committee members for comments? Margaret?
I guess I have another clarifying question. So I want to make sure that I'm clear. I think that Sarah and I have been discussing, are we on the same page on this? So if we look on the third page of the table and we're looking at the number of students reassigned in or out of a neighborhood, because it is an or, this says, for example, with Ainsworth, that number represents the number of students that are being shifted out of Ainsworth and into it. So the 370 or 324 is not 324 current Ainsworth students. It is students, say it again? Page 3, middle table.
The footnote on the first page.
Okay.
Number reassigned refers to the sum of students both reassigned into and out of the school neighborhood.
So if we were to total this for this all the changes and divide it by 2, that would actually be the number of families impacted. Is that correct?
I would think so.
So it's double, in some ways it's a double count, is what it is double counting as we go through.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand the magnitude. So the numbers look significant, right? And so some of it is that those same families show up on multiple lines in the table.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
So further, to get to the gross number instead of the actual number moved out of Ainsworth, we could look at the change in the Ainsworth projected enrollment and look at this 324 and figure it out, or you could just tell us.
It's about 140, 145 students.
Okay, and the same for all the others. I think that would be a useful number for the public to see.
So you're...
And us too, yeah.
So you want to see that number broken down? How many are leaving, how many are coming in?
Yeah, I think that would be more understandable than this number. And second, yeah, the sooner the better on the public hearings, on the decisions. If we can move Odyssey by next fall, I think that would really help.
Other committee member thoughts, comments about these key questions, things you'd like the subcommittee to have in mind?
I think if we're going to go out to the community and ask for input, there was the question about maybe modeling Chapman, relief for Chapman, possibly crossing the river, kind of to your point. It'd be good to have that option as well as the current option if we're going to go out to the community rather than like do it over and over again. And in terms of the river being a natural boundary, I'm not sure if I have like a particular thought on that, but I do think some families are already crossing the river from east side to west side. So I think that and back. So I think that's, I think some people are already crossing that natural boundary.
So I just wanted to comment that under current policy, if we just do boundary changes, what that means, I think the current board policy is that anyone who is in the school stays in the school and any sibling has the right to attend the school. So while that seems like the easy solution, it also may take the longest to implement unless the board changes policy. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation so that we don't just we don't inadvertently pick a solution that we don't have the impact we wanted.
I do? I'm actually going to ask Judy to do it. You're right, it is the current board policy, but there are exceptions that the board can make, so.
Yeah, and so just to clarify that if it was the superintendent's recommendation, or even if it wasn't the superintendent's recommendation, the board could recommend a change in that to accelerate. It says explicitly that you can change that pattern to reduce overcrowding.
Scott.
I just want to thank staff, because I think, you know, regardless of there may be particular things changed in this where we end up with, I think this is a pretty good stab at fixing the problems.
Other D-BRAC committee comments?
I got a clarifying for a minute here. Hang on. Okay, so I have a... So I have a clarifying question for the membership, which is, did I just get on record Scott Bailey complimenting the staff on something? Okay, I just need to make sure I heard that correctly.
It's added into the record.
So a question for staff. Essentially, what I see this is essentially a shift of students south, right? They go from Chapman to Ainsworth, and everybody moves south. And I guess the only question is, there was a suggestion, is it possible to show two scenarios? And the other one would be a shift east, right? Which essentially the kids from Chapman shift east, and then I don't think much else shifts. Is it possible to do that in a reasonable time frame, to have two scenarios to take to the community, or not?
And if I, your grateful staff says highly possible, but to the extent that the small group can give us any suggestions about what would look and feel right. Obviously, we get the numbers part of it, but if there's anything else that you're looking for with that, and you might want to park that thought, because when we get to the middle school discussion at the end here, it's going to link up with what you're talking about. So just park it a little bit, and then when you're in your subcommittee, give us the best advice you can, and we're just basking in this moment. Thank you.
So I think, absent other comments from D-BRAC members to the subcommittee on this topic, I think we're ready to shift to lunch. Okay, so we are on lunch break for
4 minutes.
Till 1 o'clock. Lunch break till 1 o'clock.
Oh, and then we're only like 10 minutes behind schedule. That's good.
Well, yeah, right? It was killing me because I was like, this is just like, I just wanted to flush it. I don't know. I'm going to check with them.
Time for the cow prod.
Handing out something for the next thing?
No. No, they have everything in their packets for the next thing. Is this for, it was on this chair.
I haven't seen this.
So maybe it's for Aaron?
I think these are all, I don't know, I haven't seen this.
Jason, let's get to work. No, you did not. Fine. Don't forget to announce our birthday. Yes, after you announce Michael's birthday. And Tony's.
Whose birthday?
Michael's today.
Oh, really?
And was Tony's 5 days ago.
Nice.
Also, I found out Michelle's birthday is the same day as Tony's.
I didn't know that. Okay, we got 3. Trifecta. What a great team. Oh, and they're all on the same team, too. So only Pisces on the
What's your fancy chart that you made? The visualization, is it in?
It's in the packet.
Oh, it is? Oh, it's
Yeah.
right there.
Are you good to do that?
I think so. Let me see. High poverty. Low poverty.
I mean, does the energy level just changes so much during the course of a meeting like this? It is effort to stay focused, I find.
So this, let me ask you something. So, put your 23 classes over 2 sections. So we could theoretically hold 23 classes. Hi. What's up?
Yeah, I did too. That was fun.
I didn't realize you were right there.
All right, folks, we're going to start off in about 1 to 2 minutes, though.
Okay.
Heading out before y'all's next break. Is there anything else I can help with?
Do you want to eat my car?
Funny story. That's actually what I did before I got here. I was at the car wash. There's actually a really nice one, like 2 or 3 blocks away.
It's not as nice now because you're not there. But thank you for asking. I do appreciate all the other duties as assigned. I hope you enjoyed it. See, and because you're leaving,
Everybody's
we sent
gone
them
now.
away. Those are our extras.
Oh,
They weren't real. No,
it's
really,
nice
right?
that you
This
cast
was all for
extras.
them.
Just casting extras for my first meeting.
Yeah.
All right.
Ready?
Have fun with your mom.
I'll see you guys Monday.
See you next week. Yeah, really, Monday. Really.
Unless there's an ice cream. Unless I just don't know.
What are my slides?
So I'll go to Jason, he'll do the birthdays, and then we'll come to you guys.
Then let's get to work.
This says like.
All right, D-BRAC members, let's take our seats and get started. Our next agenda item is K-8 school location criteria. Similar to what we did with the previous agenda item, there'll be a short staff presentation. We'll do questions of clarification and then a large group discussion. Before we plunge into that, though, we need to turn it over to Chairman Trombley for an announcement.
So for D-BRAC members, excuse me, we have cake in the back because we have 3 birthdays to celebrate. Michael Reinert, Tony Magliano, and Michelle Arntz. And I just found out all the same group. And Tony and Michelle's birthdays are on the same day.
Happy birthday! There's cake.
That's a really great math problem, by the way. How many people that you have to have for 2 people to have the same birthday? It's a great math problem.
Wait, maybe you should buy a lottery ticket.
I did this.
All right, let's get back on track. All right, so at this point, we are ready to turn it over to staff for a short presentation, and then we'll do questions of clarification along the way as before, and then we'll have the K-8 location group share any thoughts or comments or observations. Then you'll listen a lot to the rest of the committee as they provide their thoughts and observations. So at this point, I'm looking to Judy or Sarah to take it away.
You got a mic there and you've got this there. Oh, this is better.
Okay, so moving to the K-8 criteria portion of this, the key question, framing question for us is, if a school is to remain a K-8, why should it remain a K-8? What are the most critical factors? And so I'm going to direct your attention to some reference materials. So in your packet, you'll have a sheet that's folded. And it looks, if you open it up, there's a map. And the title is the K-8 School Analysis, Right-Sizing Challenges and Classroom Opportunities. So it looks like that. So I just want to, this is a reference document for you to use during your discussions, and I just want to make sure you understand how to read it. So this is a visual that shows a number of different variables. One is if the school is considered higher or lower poverty. It also, if you look at the triangles, that is the utilization percentage. So some of you have asked us not for utilization, but of 90 to 105% may be problematic. Some of you have mentioned that, so we wanted to highlight by color for you the kind of utilization, facility utilization ranges. So those are the triangles. And then we have a K-8 classroom availability symbol that has sort of a pencil going through it in different colors. And so that lets you know if a school has enough classrooms for example, to be a 2-section K-8. For like sufficient classrooms for a 2-section low poverty K-8, sufficient classrooms for a 2-section high poverty K-8, and so forth. Yeah. You're going to have what?
So it's the, yep.
She's on.
So if you read the key, a green pencil mark says sufficient classrooms for a 2-section high poverty K-8, which requires more than a yellow.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yep.
So as you
So it's
read
the-
down the table, you need more classrooms. So if
Correct.
you get to blue, you have more classrooms present.
Right, so if you're a blue, a blue, which is sufficient classrooms for 3-section, low poverty, K-8, by definition, that would mean that you would be able to house a 2-section
Right.
K-8. Yep.
And there's no 3-section high poverty on
Yes.
this table.
And the reason is because there are no buildings that would house a 3-section high poverty.
Excellent, thank you.
Since it's right next to me, and Beverly Cleary, is that with 3 campuses or just the Fernwood? What? How many buildings does that entail?
Is it 2 campuses, Judy? Hollywood and Fernwood. Holyrood, not Hollywood. Okay. We also have sections per grade on here. So one thing I want to point out is you might see a school that has all 3 reds. So that would mean a school that is overcrowded, a school that has insufficient classrooms for a 2-section K-8, period, and a school that is, has fewer than 50 students per grade or fewer than 2 sections per grade. The other thing I want to bring your attention to, so some people like maps and some people like charts. So it's similar information displayed on the back here, and it is this table right here. And what this is again, similar information displayed, but schools that are color-coded, well, let me back up. There's the school name, and there's the school's enrollment. Its direct certify rate. School utilization is on here, average enrollment per grade. And then the classrooms, according to our facilities analysis, that it has available for students. And if a school is in white, if the school's not, there were some printing problems here, it looks like. If you look at schools in yellow, like Bridger, Astor, Marysville, Sunnyside, and Vestal, for example, they have, I'm just trying to look at this, sorry, it's 23, they have enough classrooms for, yep, to be a 2-section low poverty K-8. So that's what those yellow schools mean. And then you need 27 classrooms, according to our analysis, to be a 2-section K-8 for serving high poverty students. And remember, the reason why the low poverty and high poverty matters is because of our equity allocation is built into this, and our equity allocation provides more teachers to higher poverty schools, and more teachers need more classrooms, right? So you see kind of the schools in green there are sort of the schools that are able to hold 2-section K-8 high poverty school, and so forth. So that's how you read this chart. Did Michelle have a question?
So we've had other maps that look like this before. Is this data from this year?
Yes.
And then, so like Woodlawn used to be overcrowded and now it's not. Is that just because of the change in it used to be above 105 or whatever. It was double. It was both. And so this is new data. That's fine. What determines how you, like, there's a lot of schools not on the map.
Which one?
There's not a lot of there's a lot of schools that aren't on this map. So
These
how
are
did
only
you-
current K-8s. So this was just for the kind of K-8
This is
analysis.
all of the K-8s?
All of the neighborhood school K-8s.
They're all on here. Okay, so there's nothing, there was no criteria that got you on the map. You put every school on the map. Okay, thanks.
Kim.
And I'm sorry, I missed part of the beginning of the explanation, but trying to wrap my head around this. Fabian, was Fabian already talked about? No? Is this current state, or is this with the, the only reason I'm asking is because it says at least 27 schools for a 2-section high-poverty school. It's in the green. And so we're being told that Fabian was designed to be a K-8. That to me doesn't look like it's designed to be a K-8, but I'm assuming that's based on current, not the new building.
That is my assumption. Yes.
I believe that the number of Fabian classrooms is based on the ed spec for the new school. It doesn't include the spaces that they're building for the early ed portion and the like. But we can clarify that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Tony had a question too.
Sorry, Tony.
I'm just trying to compare two documents that we were given. If you remember the preferred enrollment ranges, and when I look at Sunnyside, K-8, 26 classrooms, it's operating low poverty, it needs 23 classrooms to do that. From looking at this, I would think it's okay. But when I go to the...
Can I just stop you really quickly right there? So I'm going to recommend that you use this because this is more updated than that. So that would be the first point of clarification.
Can we get this updated?
Yeah.
This has
Probably
been
not today,
This has
but-
like been my Bible for
Okay.
a lot of things.
Yep. But carry on with your question. Just
You're asking about utilization, I think.
This would make me believe that it's not overutilized. So I'm just trying in my mind to...
So keep in mind that when we distributed that chart before, it provides some information. It tells you how many classrooms you would need based on our staffing model to be either 2-section or 3-section. It told you that, and it compared that to the number of classrooms in the building. But it didn't talk about how it's actually being used now and whether the actual use today is fitting within the building or not. And what we know is that Sunnyside, even if it looks on that paper like it's fitting, has more teachers than classrooms, and that could be for a variety of reasons that aren't described on the dot map. So we heard from several folks that you were looking for something that was more of a one-stop shopping so you didn't have to flip between pieces. When we tried to create this, we know that that meant that we had to shift thinking, and I agree, I still love the dots, but this was an attempt to combine the key pieces of overcrowding and under-enrolled with classroom capacity because that combination hadn't existed anywhere else.
Kim.
So I'm starting to wrap my head around this, but I just want to make sure that, so if we were looking to optimize, we would want a K-8 that would fit in the blue or the white, correct?
So I would say that this is a question for you guys to wrestle with. So it depends on if you think a 2-section K-8 is okay, that is big enough to hold high poverty, then green would be fine.
Well, I guess I want to go back to the original presentation that you guys did about that.
Yep.
Because it's my understanding that the reason the 2-section low poverty or high poverty was not optimal was because you wouldn't be able to give the same offerings, correct?
So
especially at the middle school level.
You probably wouldn't be able to give the same. So we said that a 2-section K-8 could work, but, and here's the challenge is the students per grade don't come in even increments. And so what happens with a lot of our 2-section K-8s is that you end up with like a really just small 6th grade. For 6th grade is a really common one that we see. And that impacts offerings, and those ebbs and flows just happen. And so in a 2-section K-8, you're more likely to dip, like you're at greater risk of not being able to sustain that core program. It doesn't mean that there are 2-section K-8s that have done it, who can sustain a really great core program, but they tend to be a little bit more even in their grade numbers, or they're finding ways to do it with other funding.
Okay, so that was my next question, is some of these might be okay because they have foundation money and such.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Or thinking about Fabian as a partnership that provides additional teaching services. So I'm not an expert in the 3 to PhD program, but that relationship with Concordia for services in Fabian may be one way that K-8 can work very well over time and not have to follow as rigidly the sort of standard allocation for teachers. It might be an actual exception to the rule. Sarah wanted to mention Creston because of the 17 classrooms. So that's another thing. If you go back to your dot chart, you'll see Creston with more classrooms. As over the course of the fall, one thing that we identified is that from a facility level, Creston is a campus that has both a main building, it was built in the 50s, I think, and it has an annex that was added on after that. And the annex is actually pretty far away from the main campus, and for many years has had other uses. For example, a large deaf and hard of hearing program and a large Head Start regional program. When the analysis was done, it included all of the classrooms, including the annex, which are not accessible to Creston as a school, haven't been for a long time, and it would be very difficult to do that, especially with lower grades. So this analysis tells you the actual number of classrooms available at Creston, which is 17, which is insufficient to be a 2-section K-8, the way we staff right now, at any poverty level. So that's why you see that differently than what you might have seen before. Okay, so what else is in your packet is your responses, just a summary of how you all talked together at your last meeting about the K-8 criteria question. So if you recall, back last year, a long time ago in this space, those of you who were here participated in an exercise that was really just an of the moment prioritization of what mattered to you around K-8s. And so there's a summary of that in your packet. There's just a one-page summary of it. And then the next thing is there was discussion as part of that exercise, and some of you suggested that maybe you all needed to work on your sort of individual statements about how you would prioritize, and you agreed to do that as homework, and a lot of people got it done. I think we got 8 responses there. Those write-ups are in your packet as well, and we wanted to make sure that you had them for today. I apologize that we didn't get them sooner so you could ruminate on them a bit, or maybe prompt some of you to put more in writing, but today you have an opportunity with the time that you have with each other to hear from other people who didn't get something in writing, or for those who did, to maybe clarify it, or so that you can start building your collective set of what I'm starting to think more and more of as the rules that we should follow. So you brought up the exception to a rule. So you have rules, you have exceptions. So without just naming schools, what belongs in those different categories for K? So very quickly, what the exercise allowed you to do is just using dots, indicate at that moment if something was of high, moderate, or low interest. And it was pretty clear. I think there were 12 indications that being a 3-section, being able to meet 3 sections without being overcrowded. There were 12 out of the 15 people who responded who said that was of high importance. And then there was a little confusion during as there always is with activities, whether, how that related to the next question, which was about being a 2-section K. But even within that confusion, there was a clear trend in that it was less important for some people. And so the exact numbers on that, I'm going to flip to the end here. Don't look if flipping bothers you. Oh, gosh, I can't even read this. Yeah, so on the second question, 8 people said it was very important, 2 said somewhat important, and 5 said not important. Sarah's going to play with it while we're talking. Oh, yeah, or we'll just all go in the boardroom. Actually, thank you, Sarah. So I wasn't planning on going through all of this, but just to say that these are the directions that it trends in. I'll just put out as my interpretation is that size really matters, and I would say that after working on this committee for more than a year, that makes sense. I mean, you're all here because you care about quality education for kids. But what you know is, as this committee, the one thing that you can directly impact the most is the number of kids in the school, that essential, stable resource that you want to be available, which may not matter as much as quality teaching and culturally relevant instruction and good leadership. You want those things too. But the thing that you get to have the most say on is the size of the schools, and that's reflected in the values that you've shown here. Other things matter to you as well. More interest in balancing poverty than I believed I would have seen. And so that is something that I know some of you feel really strongly about and more people want to talk about. So as you talk today, I expect that that's going to come up more.
Clarifying question here.
Yeah.
Well, only because I wasn't here, and I apologize for that. That last week of school before break is crazy. But crazy fun. I would love to hear from people that were at that meeting. I'm really surprised at the compact boundary results. And so I'm curious if there could be some light shed on that, because that wasn't what was originally said. So that surprised me.
Yeah, so I would like to say that, all we're doing as staff is just sort of summarizing, documenting, and getting it out to you to generate that discussion. And so I'm going to sit down and hope that you get to it. And the K-8 team is here. Also really primary listeners, because at the end of the day, you get to try and make some sense of this. Good luck.
So, Michael.
Yeah, so just one additional thought for people who are looking at K-8, since I'll spend at least my part in time today looking at the west side. And that is, as Judy pointed out, we're looking at the size of the building. And as I understand it, in a number of the current K-8s, they have 2, maybe even 3 sections at the K-5 level. And by the time they get to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, those kids all go somewhere else for one reason or another. So for that same situation, if we gave them a big enough building, what are the other factors we need to consider so those kids don't go somewhere else?
Other thought, and again, we're hoping to hear from everybody before we hear people a second time, but again, if you don't have something that you're on fire to talk about, we can skip you and come back to you.
So I'll actually just directly respond to Kim's comment about the having compact boundaries, where a lot of people said it was somewhat or not very important. I was one of those folks who actually put it as not very important, because I thought for me the one driver for this should be The one thing that is, takes a lot of money to run is the size and scope of the building. If your building can't house the sufficient enrollment to offer the programs, which is what the 3 values we adopted in our framework, then your building by nature should not be a K-8. There may be some clear exceptions. I don't know, but for me, that facility size and what you can and can't hold, for me, was like the overarching driver across the system. Mm-hmm.
But if you could take care of the facilities, like the facilities weren't an issue, is compact boundaries important? You know what I mean? If you're comparing the two, I see what you're saying about compact boundaries dropping down. But if that's not an issue, I just feel, you know what I mean? Like we're, that piece of data, it isn't saying what you intended it to say. Because you were putting one against the other versus if that one isn't an issue, can we still have those compact boundaries? Is that still important to you?
I'm channeling Michelle. So we're working on it here. I think this is exactly the questions that we started to say that this is where we ended the discussion, which was these are competing criteria. And so if you are you looking at are we ranking them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Or are we saying, hey, these are all important and they're all impossible to do at the same time? Like that was the discussion. So the compact boundaries, there's the trade-off, right? So with that, K-8s, K-5, are you talking at what grade level? I mean, if you're going to go into that piece too. At a K, if you do compact boundaries, are you saying it's most important at one grade level than another? I think the other thing that we talked about a little bit was, especially if you're going to say something about balance, looking at poverty, then a compact boundary is pretty tough, right? Based on how our neighborhoods are. So I think that that was the tension point that we got to, was that there were competing criteria. Is that right? Okay.
I would like to, so I kind of feel like our side of this room has almost an easier task, even though it seems a little more complicated, because this key question that you're supposed to answer is, I don't know, it's not specific enough, I guess, for me. So I'm looking, what are the most critical factors if you're going to keep a K-8? Oh, sorry. So here's something that I've been thinking about that I want to kind of see if you guys can incorporate. The K-8s, they're never going to be big enough to have the same offering as a middle school, right? So we have to accept that if we're keeping a K-8. The other thing that I've been talking a little bit with Judy about is that they're more expensive to operate. And so, and I'm sure there's other limitations. So I really like these things that you come up with are going to have to be like really sort of measurable and significant reasons. And I'm not really sure how you're going to, I don't know. I just don't know how to approach this question. No, I'm just not sure how do you answer this question. What are the most critical factors? I mean, we went through all the factors already that we've been given, and it comes back to what we were just saying. How do you know what's the most critical? And how do you know those things are more important than program and cost? Like, how, I don't know. Like, I feel like we need a little bit more of a specific way to focus this question. I'm not going to, that's why I'm not sitting over there.
So we'll go Tony, Sarah, Jason, Matthew.
The compact boundary one it's a difficult one because there's no definition of it. So I have a hard time even using it as a criteria more as opposed to some type of value where we want to minimize the distance traveled by students. And so it's real, I'm not even sure it's a valuable criteria to look at. That's kind of when I went through my logic of how I was trying to figure out what was the most important, why that one fell kind of low for me, but something to consider. So I guess I would just ask the question, what is a compact boundary? Well, that doesn't happen in a lot of places, so.
Sarah.
Michelle, I'm sitting here, but I don't think I want to sit here because I'm really, I may. My two pieces that I'm really struggling with this, and I alluded to them in my write-up, I had never calculated the number of hours that my middle schoolers are shorted by. I knew it was 50 minutes a day, and that seemed like a lot. And if you didn't read what I wrote, it's 45 hours over the course of the year. It's like, holy moly, that to me was a compelling, like, how can we offer K-8s with the current transportation structure? And I'm like, we shouldn't have any. If we can't fix that, then how can we, from an equity point of view, say that this is okay? And please know, and there's been wonderful things about being in a K-8 community, but that for me was like, that's so not okay, and the resources to fix that I don't think are within our purview. So that's one of my major struggles. So I thought I'd.
So Jason, Matthew, Scott, Michelle.
So I don't know if this comment is going to make any sense whatsoever, or if it should be, yeah, I guess it is the K-8 group. Just consideration of when we're looking at this K-8 question and the exceptions, to look at it also in the context of the middle school discussion, in that is it going to, if our goal is to have, what we're acknowledging is we just don't have the facilities for successful K-8s to get the full programming, and so we want to have more middle schools, then would an exception to preserve a K-8 in some way negatively impact a middle school in the area, or create more complex boundary changes, or a more difficult task of trying to get to the right enrollment on the middle school side?
So I wanted to follow up Sarah's excellent point and ask, is that a contract issue, or is it a state standard issue in terms of a K-8's length of day? Just in terms of the legality, quote unquote, of it, is that contract as opposed to something else?
Michelle and then Jason.
also wanted to add that the criteria that isn't on our chart is, does the community really want their K-8? And you guys are going to have, you've got the weight of all the public comment on you, and so that's another thing that I really am concerned about. Like, if you're going to come and somehow you're going to have to incorporate that, what Kim was just saying, the benefits that the community sees, and how do you know that their interest in their children being together is less or more important than the programming or whatever. And it's not on here, and it probably needs to be a criteria.
Okay, clarifying the previous answer.
It is not a contract issue. As a middle school teacher, I could teach longer within my contract day. It's not a problem. However, it becomes a transportation issue and a grade, an entire school continuity issue of not having two dismissal. But the contract does not keep us from extending the school day for middle school.
So both of you have had a bite at the cherry, so I'm jumping Pamela, then Joe, then back to the two of you.
So right now, I'll speak as a committee member, but I also want to speak as a parent. I have one child in a K-5 middle school, and I have one child in what is actually a 1-8, but extrapolate to a K-8 experience. And so I think criteria that are focused on education are the most important, and potentially criteria for families that are historically underserved, where they need to rely on, as a family, on children for transportation, is something that we should look at. But I don't feel that one of my children is really being shortchanged, because they both go to schools with amazing teachers and amazing principals. And so that, I don't know that, public comment is one thing, but everyone likes what they have. Like, I like what I have, and I like different things for each of my kids, because they're very different. So we should definitely consider public comment, but we should also consider data that shows what is important for kids from a facility standpoint and an educational standpoint and a teacher standpoint as well.
Okay. Excuse me. I think this reiterates what Pamela just said and Matt. So advice or input to the K-8 committee. We want to optimize for a system that delivers the best sort of equity results across the whole system. And a little bit what I think I've learned over the course of these weeks is the K-8 can be part of that mix, but it's kind of the anomaly, not the main thing. And it's when you go back to all this data we always look at, right? So K-8s are perfectly fine if they're in a place that can work, but the threshold criteria for me would be the one that Matt mentioned. We're optimizing for the whole system. If it doesn't mess that up and it can work, then it's a good option. Otherwise, we have to question it seriously.
So two things. One is the point on the instructional hours was I just had remembered it definitely being a significant one for me from Sarah's point, because when I think it was at the second form with teachers, that was a point that two teachers from Cesar Chavez had brought up, was the disparity in the number of instructional minutes and overall hours that kids got in the middle grades of a K-8 versus the K-5, 6, 8. And so, particularly from an equity perspective, just the lack of the amount of time kids are getting in the two different systems was a very clear red flag from them. And those were teachers who had gone through teaching when, again, Cesar Chavez being a middle, it now being a K-8, so they've seen the difference. So it's something that I take to heart personally. The other thing I would also offer is I think from the perspective of public comment, I think it's important to consider it. But the one thing we also did put in our framework was to have developed, in whatever we put forth before the superintendent, was clear rationale of why we're choosing to do what we do, because that was one of the outcomes we wanted, was a clear benchmark checklist of why clear decisions were being made. Because that's one of the things that we had acknowledged was one of the problems of past decisions was, if you've got two schools that are potentially going to go through change, why did one that were under similar conditions, that one was preserved and one went through change? So one thing that I want to make clear personally is that whatever we develop is there's a very clear understanding of clear rationale of what's going to be proposed. The last thing I would offer is, and this is kind of my question I think for when we come back and share out, is what happens when, and I don't know how true this would be in the number of buildings, but when you've got a building that theoretically could hold both a 3-section K-8, if that is the preferred criteria, and a middle school, how do we recommend to the staff in situations where that occurs, which one do they go with? So I throw that out there because there may be some instances, and you want to treat all those cases very clearly and in the context of aligning with the values that we have recommended and were board adopted. So put that out there for discussion when we come back as a group.
So that was a perfect lead into the one thing I wanted to share for the K-8 committee, and that is for schools that we would recommend to keep a K-8, I would really want to see that this clear rationale focuses on the kids and outcomes for the kids. We heard all kind of people from the community with all sorts of reasons for various sorts, and I think the crucial criteria for us is we have kind of seen, if you look at some of the middle schools, an awful lot of offerings those kids can take, all sorts of electives and things that these kids can have an opportunity to take. And if we go to a K-8 model when you have 2 or maybe even possibly 3, you're well below our minimum of 6 sections that we have for a middle school, so you're going to have significantly less options for those kids. And I would want to see a clear and compelling reason from an educational point of view, preparing them to be successful high schoolers. That's the criteria I'd want to see. What alternative model to giving them a lot of electives really gives them a really strong and equitable opportunity to be successful in high school.
So, Matthew, did you? Okay. Margaret and then Sarah.
So in thinking about the criteria, and I went back through and I wrote a statement in here. And the thing that I struggle with, and there are a couple things that come back to this idea of what becomes a compelling educational reason. And what I heard, I believe, is, and it's the end of my statement in here, is that if there are exceptions, and this is what I'm hearing, is that it would be a middle school model, and then there would be exceptions to that, is what I'm hearing, but that's for the group to discuss. What would be compelling? So I was trying to think, and personally, like, what would be a compelling reason? So I think one may be geographical isolation. One may be that there's an immersion program that is close to a heritage speaker, a cluster of heritage speakers. And that keeping it at K-8 may make it easier for a variety of things to keep the program intact. Anyway, I'm not sure those were two that came up just off the top of my head. I don't know, I think that was where I started to play the game, is what would that look like? And I use the term game loosely. I mean, this is not a game. This is a very serious decision, and so think it's a mental exercise, I guess, is what I'm thinking. But I came back again and again and again to the thing about disrupting families, and what does that look like? And I went back to the racial equity lens, and I think we really have to keep this in mind as we look through and look at the questions that the equity lens asks and poses. So if we are going to go back to a community that has been disrupted significantly and disrupt again, there has to be a compelling reason. And if we can't articulate a compelling reason for that disruption, if it becomes an optimization problem that is purely about optimizing a facility, that is a difficult conversation to have with that community. So once we get to the end of all of this, and we're going to, I mean, I hope that we'll be able to take a step back and really apply the racial equity lens again and say, what are the impacts? Have we heard from all the communities? What are the voices we haven't heard? Is there a way that we can hear from them? And then to say, and here is what will be, I also really heard people want it to be better, right? So, and here is what we're moving towards. It will be an improvement over the current state. And some of that is going to be beyond a building, right? So some of that improvement is not just not every site is going to feel like it's an improvement, right? But overall, it may. And I think we have to find language to describe what that looks like. And I think we're getting closer. I'm hopeful. But we're, I think that is the challenge, so.
Kim and then Nisha.
One thing, and I don't know how complicated this is making, I'm not saying I'm in favor of it or not in favor of it, but it was something that still sticks in my mind was when Carol originally talked about it makes sense to go to a K-5 middle school model, and that if there are K-8s left, I believe I remember you saying that there should be an option that if families that are set to go to a K-8 neighborhood school, that they do have the option to go to a neighborhood or the closest middle school as well, because of the possibility of am I wrong? Way back.
I probably
Way
said,
back.
yeah, you're right. When you're right. I said something like I was imagining way back that we were going to end up with a core configuration of K-5 and middle, and it may be that if you end up with some K-8s, you leave a focus option kind of ability for people to opt into the K-8s. But that was like total conjecture. So that was not guidance. That was just, we were way early in the game, and but you may suggest something like that too.
But anyway, that's something, and like I said, I don't know if I'm in favor of it or not in favor of it. It's just something that is stuck in my head, something to consider. The other thing that I want to think about, Michelle and I were actually talking at Costco the other day. And I think it's something that Maxine has brought up time and time again. I guess what I keep going back to in my head is, what is going to change the status quo with anything that we do, whether it be grade configuration or boundary? What's going to change to make schools more equitable? And how are we going to change that narrative of good school, bad school? And I mean, this is kind of a huge rhetorical question, but it's one that I keep going back to. How are we going to change the narrative?
I just kind of a couple of thoughts sort of based on some of the things folks were saying. And I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what Michael was saying earlier about preparation for high school. I have speaking as a parent, I have a high school student who came out of a middle school, and a high school that has middle school and K-8 feeders. And what I've heard from teachers is more about the elective offerings in middle school, so that, for example, the high school band program is dominated by students who came from a strong middle school band program. The high school dance program is dominated by students who came from strong middle school dance programs. So, and then kind of extrapolating that out a little bit, I'm wondering, if we do go to a K-5 and middle school model, if we can see some analysis about what happens to specials at the K-5 level, because those schools will lose their middle grades, and what impact will that have on art, music, library, technology, because, you know, having a student in high school, I have had a kid in the system long enough to remember when K-5s and middle schools were converted to K-8, and one of the rationales was to bring more art, music, library, and technology to the K-5 grades. So if we reverse that decision, are we reversing that? And I don't know. So anyway, so just some analysis around art, music, and library technology.
Here's a question I've had for a while. What exactly, what are these recommendations going to look like? Who's going to write them, and how do we, if we have like a thing that we really, really want in there, when is the time to advocate for that?
I can clarify that really quick. So the intent, so once we do, you know, this group, the larger group discussions, and we'll break out into the work teams for about an hour and 15 minutes. The intent of those groups is to come up potentially with what that draft language will be, and then share out again what we've come up with. What'll happen between now and our meeting next Thursday is that I, and then hopefully with, you know, Pamela Kislak and, you know, Joe Zender and others who have the time, is to put all of that in one Word document, Google Doc, and then get it out to everyone by Tuesday for a first look. And then the meeting on Thursday would be to say, did we effectively capture what's going on? What have we missed? And go from there. So hopefully, and this is intent on getting all of the work teams to be as specific as possible in their language, is so that we can put all that together so that everyone can get to see a first look Tuesday in advance of next Thursday's meeting.
Maxine.
Late everybody, yeah, but I did get right off the plane and come right here, so. I just have one question. You mentioned disrupting families definitively and categorically. What does that mean, disrupting families? What are you referring to?
So I think I'm thinking about families that have experienced changes in the school structures that they are in. So like an example would be Chief Joseph Ockley Green, right? So the families that are at Chief Joe Ockley Green have gone through consolidation or combining of two programs recently. And then now we're going to go back and say, potentially, we're going to take these, we're going to take this apart. So I guess it's change. I mean, I guess is that the families have experienced the change in the structure of the programming. At least that's how I'm thinking about it. Another example would be Boise Elliott Humboldt would be another school that has gone through some shifts recently. And then how, if we move away from what they're in right now, then what's the rationale for that? And which is very different than some other K-8s. For example, like, Beverly Cleary is also one that's gone through a variety of changes recently. But Vernon, for example, has been the same model for the time that the K-8s have been present, right? So it has a different. There are different things that have happened. I mean, it does depend on how you're going to describe it, because then Vernon also accepted students from Rigler for a period of time. There was a change in a boundary. There were other things that happened while they were at K-8. There was a variety of things that happened. So I think it's a question of. Originally when we posed this, there was a question of if we're going to impact families that have been impacted recently, and maybe disrupt is not the right word, maybe impact is. So that may be a better rationale language.
We did the exercise a couple weeks ago. That didn't come up as one of the issues that people around the table felt should be given any special consideration. Not to any significant degree, though.
So just as my point is actually acknowledging two of Margaret's points, which is I would hope at the very least that all groups, as they're doing their deep dives, is to, start thinking about how do you apply the racial equity lens and incorporating it into your recommendation, one. Two is the kinds of question you're raising in terms of, if a school has been impacted in the last 5 years, or I would hope that both groups could actually come up with what those definitions are, because I think talking about it in the group, for me personally, is it going to help us get something on paper? I need something to react to see where folks are. Because like if it's 5 years, like okay, versus like what constitutes an impact? Is it something that the district imposed, like I'm going to change your building, or like I'm thinking about Marysville, who said, we were converted into K, but we went through a fire 3 or 4 some years ago. Like what constitutes like being exempt from that change, and what is that timeline? Is something I hope the groups can wrestle with and put something on paper to move us forward.
So Kim, and then we'll probably be close to the next agenda item.
And mine's very quick. It just is that whole idea of impact, and I said something to Nisha when it was up there originally, but one of the things was finding room for those places, access, CCS, CCS and all those. One of the empty buildings was Humboldt, and that's like a gut punch to me. We have to be really, I'm not saying it shouldn't happen, but that was a really, really tough move when they got closed. And to have an almost all-white focus option program go into that building it's something that needs to be done very thoughtfully and respectfully and recognizing the history there. So just something to keep in mind.
So any other comments, especially from this side of the room to that side of the room, before we shift to middle school location criteria? There's a lot of that going around. So let's shift over to Judy and Sarah for the next agenda item around middle school location.
So I'm going to lead the staff presentation on this. This is, if you want to stretch for a minute, I think you guys are doing a great job of staying engaged on really challenging topics. We want to move through this as quickly as we can so that you then have that work time. I have to say, when the work group idea came up, and it was really germinated through a conference call that we did on one of the snow days, I don't think anybody explicitly said, we are going to dump a really big problem on a small group of people and there's nothing they can do about it. But there were moments in the last half hour where I kind of got that sense. Remember that any subgroup is meant, your primary purpose is to try and collect what you've heard from the whole group. So if you're a member of the whole group, you have as much responsibility to get that issue right. You just have a different way of funneling it in. So just like not too much pressure for any of you. But middle school group. As was said a few minutes earlier, and I think this really resonates well, we were debating whether to even dig into the middle school questions with you today because we thought, wow, the K-8 discussion is so heavy. But we recognized from your input especially that you can't come up with the exceptions without really framing what it is about the rule that's going to be better for kids. So I heard that before, and I just wanted to reiterate that when looking at what we might do with more middle schools in the district, we want to be looking at it from a lens of how we might be better serving our students in the long run than what we could do if we stay in a predominantly K-8 configuration on the east side. So what we have for you today, very quickly, you have responses, again, to that middle school exercise. We didn't ask people to do an explicit rationale in writing on middle schools, so there isn't any more to it than that, but there is a one-pager. It's in your packet. It's the last page of that handout with the charts on it. And it largely tracks with what folks said about the K-8s. The other thing that we have is a new middle school model. Okay, so what's the difference between a scenario and a model? A scenario is more detailed. It's where staff has tried to look right down to the elementary boundary area and get everything right-sized and shows the high school impact and where we've accounted for every focus option or district-wide program location that we can. So it's more detailed than a model. A model is where we've done some rough configuration changes, calculated preliminary numbers, and are feeding it back to you to say, is this about the type of change that you want us to make? What we know is that we've looked at a number of different ways of reconfiguring that change the number of middle schools and the type of middle schools that we could have in the district. So we've also got a quick comparison of those different outcomes for you, and especially for our middle school group, so that you can see sort of the arc of both where we are now and the maximum of what would be proposed and what happens in between with middle schools. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through, and then we're here, the team is here for clarifying questions, and then back to you for discussion. Framing questions through this process. We're interested in hearing what you have to say about the key trade-offs and differences across the scenarios and models. Is it better? Is it better for kids? Is it better for the system to have more, like a higher number of smaller size middle schools or a smaller number of larger size middle schools? That's one of the things that we're going to ask you to grapple with. We think you already have done it. We're going to ask you to do it some more. Explicitly, we've picked a number of 450 that is not an exact science type number, but it indicates largely 6 sections per grade level. But what you're going to see in our newest models is that we have some schools that aren't hitting that, and yet you asked us to model it. So we just want to make sure that we're all, that we can agree on at least what the floor should be for a middle school size, similar to your discussion on exceptions to being a 3-section K-8. And then rules, criteria to help select sites for middle schools, similar to your K-8 discussion. Okay, so as I mentioned, your response to the middle school exercise, which was just a moment in time, you can change your minds if you want on where you were then. But what you said then was highest value was on having enrollment of at least 450 students. By that I mean the most people put that as very important. So there was a lot of consensus that that's a very important factor. I take that to mean as something that you want to make sure gets done first. And after that gets done, there are some other things that folks thought you should really strive to accomplish, such as both balancing enrollment across schools and poverty across schools. Again, poverty, looking at socioeconomic balance, appeared to be of interest to a number of people. And limiting change for historically underserved students, which had a higher level of people saying it was more important than, I thought it was interesting, the past disruptions. Describing it as a past disruption didn't resonate as much with people, but describing it as limiting, and there's some overlap there, but limiting change for historically underserved students tracked differently. And maybe it's just the language that we used at the time. Sometimes these are just about the words we use and how we each individually interpret them. I'm not trying to make too much about this, just to let you know that was the sentiment of 15 people in the room at the time.
That past disruptions was somewhat important, and it
Yes.
came up as least important. So,
sorry, I'm looking for my copy just so
Okay.
that I'm looking at what you're looking at and checking to make sure that this isn't a mistake on the. Past disruptions had. So my words for least important, meaning there weren't as many people who found that to be of yeah. Well, it's probably in between. Yeah.
So, and I'm just going to make a statement, I'm just going to make a statement about the split feeder patterns. And so
Oh, okay.
we have this as our criteria, and we have a significant number of schools that are dual enrollment. So it's hard to have this be both, and it's one of the things that has come up. It's hard. This is the conversation I've had probably most as the principal of a school that is in a dual enrollment place, trying to understand that we're saying we don't want students from the same middle school or K-8 program to go to two different high schools, or an elementary to go to two different middle schools, and we have an entire part of the city that we do that with. So that I'm just mentioning that as a tension point, and that we probably need to develop some language around what we mean by split feeder pattern a little more clearly.
Thank you. That's going to come up,
Thank
and
you.
I'm going to share some information with you in a minute that I think will help us come back to that. And if out of your group, that might be a good place to provide some clarification. Okay. So I'm going to find my thingy here. So we have a model that we're going to pass out to you now that's based on what you asked, some of the things that you asked us to do back there in mid-December. And here's some of the high points of what we did. And this is largely in the same format of the model that you received in mid-December. So you got something from us December 10th. You looked at it and said, well, this is interesting, but we'd also like to see a few things. We've tried to do those few things and feed it back to you, and then we're going to give you a comparison of all those. So we converted Chavez to a middle school so that there's 2 middle schools feeding in the Roosevelt cluster, something that you asked for. We've moved Vernon to Beaumont. It was another thing that was on your list. We created a different feeder pattern for Tubman Middle School in the last model. It wasn't Tubman, it was King. That was the middle, we converted King to a middle school to serve that area. This is back to Tubman with a different feeder pattern than we had shown before. In this, every K-8 in the system is converted except Fabian and K-8 focus options. So there's a maximum degree of reconfiguration in this. What we didn't model, a couple of things. One, sorry, it's not up here. We didn't model some changes for Lane that were at this, like that would change socioeconomic status for Lane. Not because we didn't like your suggestion, but because we couldn't feasibly find a way to do it with whole elementary schools moving in. It may be likely, but it would require a lot of elementary school boundary carving, and to the point that we didn't think we could give you something back that would even kind of give you a sketch of it. So what we do at a model level is we mostly take whole elementary areas and move them into middle schools, and we don't make all the corresponding boundary changes that we would need to right size the elementaries, and then to address just some places where proximity or feeder patterns are very, are very bad. So there are things in this model that could definitely be improved. But we wanted you at least to see what the big impact of it was. We also don't cite all the focus option in other schools at the model level, but we leave them hanging up in the air. So note that, and we'll talk about that in a minute, what's up in the air on this. As a quick overview, and you've got the sheet on the, so I don't have this on the screen, but I can walk you through it if it would be helpful, or I can just give you a minute to flip to the back side, which is the chart that describes the outcomes of this model. It tells you what the, thank you, what the current enrollment is and current it tells you what the enrollment would be with this model, what the utilization would be in the, if it were all in place right now. It tells you what the poverty rate would be based on the 2014-15 data. And remember, that's for the neighborhood, not for the school. It's what the neighborhood poverty level would be. It lists the percent of neighborhood students who would be historically underserved and living in those neighborhoods. It tells you what the feeder schools are in this model. So that's if you want to spend a minute just going back between the map and the list to see where everybody winds up. The next thing is what the assigned high schools would be. We didn't realign every high school, but you can see that we create a number of new split feeders. And so there's a big potential here for some high school boundary realignment that would have to take place if this is the kind of model that we would turn into a full scenario. Then it tells you some forecast information. So what the enrollment would be in 2020 if this model were completely in place, and the utilization with that. And then finally, where we cited the dual language immersion programs in this model. Okay, so do you want to go ahead with questions? Did everybody get a chance to see the quick summary? Okay.
So a couple of clarifying questions.
So are there no boundary changes to make this model?
We did a few small boundary changes. I'll give you an example. If you can put your eye towards Ockley Green, and you can see that in order to open Chavez, and Kim, I will come to you next. In order to open Chavez as a middle school and to have it be as close as we could get it to being right-sized, to being 450, and we didn't even get there, we moved Chief Joseph Elementary School into Chavez Middle School. Now, Chief Joseph is part of Ockley Green right now. It's that disrupted community. It is and the students who live right around Ockley Green are actually part of the Chief Joseph boundary now. So at a minimum, we moved the boundary so that the Ockley Green building itself would be in the Woodlawn boundary. But we would need to do probably a lot more. And then I think the result of that was that Chief Joseph is very, very small. So what we could see is that there's a lot more work that would need to be done to right-size this at other levels. We did very minimal changes. That's one example. And Kim had a question?
And you already touched on it. I just don't, I'm trying to wrap my head around how this is going to work. I like a lot of what I'm seeing here, but it obviously is going to need some high school boundary changes. And so I guess I'm wondering when does that conversation take place? Where is that in the process?
So as soon as we've given you sort of the cursory information about this, I'd like to do the comparison of the different things that we've looked at. And what we're looking for from you as staff is direction on whether to move forward with any of these models to go to that deeper level. And one of the reasons that we haven't is because of the big degree of, couple of things. One, it's a large degree of change at multiple levels, both below and above. And secondly, it's really intricately tied to the conversation you just had about which schools might remain as K-8s. And so it's somewhat iterative and circular that it may be hard to land a specific middle school sort of locations until you know more about those other things. But in landing those middle school locations, we're going to have to do, at least this way you can see where more work is needed. And then if your direction back to us is some of your criteria and rulemaking around how to cite middle schools, how big should they be, what kind of patterns might work best for them, then we would go and do that next level of work and go to those greater details.
And so just a couple things as you say that make me think. So if one of our things is to minimize split feeders, and that's something that we're supposed to be wrestling with, I guess, because I'm hearing from the committee that that's something that was important and based on that thing. How are we supposed to know what the capacity is as far as what's going to make that work? And then also, just to what you were saying, going to more detail, can you turn that, are you guys able to turn that around quickly based on, like, is that even possible? Like, we say we want to see this modeled, how realistic is it and how quickly can you turn it around?
Well, you know, it depends on what you're ready to feedback. And because some of this, like at the K-8 and middle school level, there are some broader criteria and rules that you might all want to be in agreement on before we get to that next level. So instead of sort of starting at the bottom and saying, I don't know if this works for this school, so go make this change for this school, let's make sure we're in sort of in alignment up at the top level. At the end of making all those changes, what kind of system do you think would better serve our kids in terms of configuration?
Hector.
So, oh, yes.
So I'm kind of stuck in the process right now.
Yeah.
So we're going to be making some decisions about K-8s, criteria, and maybe recommendations. When will we be able to have the conversation about the impact of that on the other two groups? Is that going to happen at the end of the day today? And I'm looking at you, Jason, because I think I heard you outline what it might look like. But I'm curious because it could considerably change some of this.
It could. So what we'll do in about 45 minutes from now is all of the groups for about an hour are going to go do their deep dive work, and then from 4 to 5 is to say where have we landed on, where have the subcommittees come up with recommendations on those 3 hours. So it's our first look to say, you know, is there consent, is there a proposed recommendation on west side boundary changes, you know, one, on the language that what we've heard and what else we've considered. And then when both the middle school and the K-8 groups report out, that'll be our first chance to say, okay, what rules are they proposing? And then also where are they complementary, and also where are they different and why? So what we'll hear at the end of the day is to see where everyone has landed, and if everyone gets to really strong specifics, great. If not, that's okay. The goal is to get things on paper to see how far we can go based on all the information that we've collected to date, including the information that we've received today. So, that will help shape the next agenda. Exactly.
Sarah.
So what I don't see on here is where, I'm thinking of your homeless comment for the focus option schools. So I think we landed, the scenario had Odyssey going to West Sylvan, but where's access? If Rose City Park went away, where are they? That was what you were wondering, Pamela, but and does CSS in this stay? That wasn't clear from either of the
CSS and Access are both dislocated
They
in
are.
these models, and they don't have, at a model level, they don't have a landing place.
Okay.
If I share this summary with you, which I think you're going to, so it's the
Next.
last page of your, it's one of the last
I just don't want to
pages.
lose that, right?
No, and they're lost right now, or they're not landed
Okay.
right now. And we would have to land them before we would make this official.
And I guess does that have some bearing to our conversation if we go with this and then we say, oh, well, we didn't end up, there's no place for them to go. I guess I don't.
So we're not asking you to fully endorse one of these models as the exact schools or the exact boundaries. We're asking you to respond to whether it's a degree of change that you think the system can and should absorb. Is that, I mean,
Okay,
and
that's
so,
a very different, okay.
and so we're giving you some fairly detailed information so that you can have some practical knowledge of what it would mean. So this is the comparison of different ways that we've looked at middle schools since we've been, since the start of this process. And I think this is a document that's coming around to you so that you have, because it's in your slides, but it's so tiny, you would not like having to read it. Did it get out? It's going around. So I believe this is the last piece of paper we are handing out today. So Model A is what we did in December with you.
Would you like a copy of Model A? So I'm going to,
And then we also have copies of the updated KPIs for scenarios 1 and 2, if while you're doing your deliberations you want to see those in detail. But what we tried to do up here is just, wow. No, I lied. There's way more paper. What I tried to do up here, what we tried to do, actually what this young lady named Melissa, who is incredibly calm and hardworking, and you guys never really even get to know how great she is, but when Scott Bailey says staff is great, this is really who he means. She's not even gonna look at me because I'm embarrassing her, but she is very praiseworthy. So the kind of work that she does and Sean does and others is to help summarize these things. So we looked at several pieces of information, and I'd like to quickly walk through some of the high points. For example, just the number of middle schools. Currently in PPS today we have 9. The maximum number that we create in models is 15. So we ramp up from 9 to 15. That's a lot of change right there. And scenario 1 had 12 and the like. In our current state, we have 1 middle school that has less than 450 students, and that's George, and current enrollment is 369 officially. I don't actually know what it was on Friday, but our official number is 369. You can see that George stayed small in both scenario 1 and 2. In our model A, we didn't have any K-8s or middle schools that were under-enrolled, but when we get to model B, just at the middle school level, one of the challenges with this model, we open Cesar Chavez, and yet we wind up with Chavez and Ockley Green as below 450, and George just barely above. And George is above because Skyline is there. Essentially, if Skyline wasn't there, George would be below 450 as well. So that additional middle, there just aren't enough students in the north part of our city yet. There may be. And even when we looked out in 5 years, there aren't enough to say we know we're going to have 450 in 5 years. So when you think about having to supplement for those 5 years or the like, you're thinking not just supplementing with additional staff, but what else do you have to do? What else, and for how long? We would see that it would be very, very challenging to fully support strong middle schools with in that part of our city. Okay. The other middle school that stays small in this fourth model is Lane, which doesn't, and that's because Lane is a pretty small building as it's configured right now. It has a lot of partner programs in it, and there are other ways that we might be able to make it bigger, but so what that essentially means is the highest poverty schools, almost all the higher poverty schools in the district are our smallest schools, and that feels problematic from a staff perspective.
Quick question from Nisha.
So Judy, have we been, because we know that student population might be growing in North Portland, and I know we've been supplementing some K-8s. Is it a possibility to do that for middle schools for 5 years while we're waiting for enrollment growth, or are we not expecting?
Well,
I should look.
Know that all of our schools are eligible for non-formula resources, and that includes our middle schools. But if you look out 5 years, Chavez would be 465 students. If you look out 5 years, Ockley Green, 499, and George is at 467. So what is it? So can you help them be shored up so that those kids would have whatever larger schools could have potentially? But even then, all you're getting to is the minimum. You're not, do you know what I mean? Like you're not getting them to 600 in 5 years, you're getting them to the minimum.
Sorry, can I just add one thing about non-formula FTE? Because I've been affiliated with the district staffing team for 7 years now, and the thing that scares me a little bit about non-formula FTE is it's so budget dependent. So just know that. There's some years where we can be a little bit better, but back 7 years ago, I mean, it was so bare bones, and hopefully we won't get there again, but just keep that in mind too.
I guess I had a question along those same lines. So going to what you said last, before Nisha asked her question, you said that a lot of our high poverty, what would be middle schools, are actually the smaller buildings. So are there, because they're the highest poverty, would that disparity in the numbers be able to be bumped up enough with the equity dollars?
But then the equity dollars wouldn't be providing enhanced instruction. They would be supporting core instruction. So, and probably a good thing to think through in your group, because these are the essential trade-offs that we're facing throughout this process, right? Is it a worthy exception to make? And then what I heard before is, what's the gain? What's the benefit? What is better through that? By having 3 middle schools in the north instead of 2, what is better for what is the experience that would be better for kids through that is what it would be good to define what you want to be better at a minimum, so that becomes the kind of criteria that we can weigh any changes against. And I think I've used up all of our staff time already, and we want to move you to discussion, which I appreciate. We kind of flow in and out through these questions, very valuable questions, but if I could just make sure that we run through these pieces, and then maybe we'll just step away and let you guys take it on. Good. Okay, so another thing that we measured here was overcrowding. Yes, it is. Let me just, but we're not going to talk about, so if you look at scenario 1 and 2, you would see more detailed data that matches the summary that I'm sharing with you right now. Because we have scenario 1 and scenario 2 here, and then we had model A, which you got in December, and you received a copy of that just to refresh, and model B, which you've received today. Okay, so there's 4 different types of plans that we've brought to you that have some middle school components in it. This is a quick comparison of what happens with those plans by the number of schools, the size, the smaller sizes of schools, overcrowding, where we largely resolve it in these scenarios. Enrollment parity is not something I think that we've explicitly stated with you before, but we did put it up here. In our current system, middle schools range in size from 369 to 966. That's a difference of 600 students. So it's hard to think about offering equivalency in programs across in the same type of school when the biggest one is almost 3 times bigger than the smallest one. It gets a little better in these scenarios, right? It's still a pretty big gap. It's something to be aware of. We're not asking you to do anything explicitly about it. We want to make sure you know about it, though. Another thing that we haven't gone into explicit detail about before, but buildings available for district-wide programs. And Sarah talked about this a little bit earlier. We're kind of starting from this place of having Clark, which has a district-wide program in it now. Rose City Park has access in it now. East Sylvan doesn't have anything. Humboldt doesn't have anything. Kellogg doesn't have anything. Tubman has a temporary use with Fabian. Through these scenarios, we use those buildings in different ways. Humboldt is not brought up as a school that we would use at any time, and I agree that at the time that we choose to do that, that's going to have to be an important shared community conversation. But what I do want to point out is that the bigger the middle school configuration gets, the more we use buildings that aren't in use now for anything else, whether it's a middle school or something different, the fewer we have available to meet these needs. And we wanted to make sure that you knew that we're getting a little concerned about that, not because we think you've ignored anything, but because especially with the news information coming out about Alliance High School potentially needing a new home for at least part of its programs in the next few years, this situation looks starting to look pretty dire. And it was one of the reasons that we felt compelled to not try and remodel too much around MLC, because it would be another program that would have to find a home. So this is just the results of what would happen, and actually with this latest one, we reopen almost everything in the system, and we have a number of needs that wouldn't all fit in that school, even if we thought that was the right school to use. So potential complexity, there it is. We eliminated the split feeder when we, with the scenario that you just saw. If you still think that's a good idea, then that would be the case. But talking about middle schools, I'm so interesting, Margaret, that you framed dual assignment as a split middle school. As somebody who implements dual assignment all the time, I've let my head not see it as the same, and I think you're right. And I think that if we calculated these K-8s, like we've said Fabian, because it has 2 different dual assignments for its kids depending on where they live, but dual assignment in and of itself is 2 choices for high school, not a single feeder. So if we put all of the Jefferson feeders in here, these K-8 numbers would be much higher as our current state. One thing we did put in here that we hadn't before was Mount Tabor. The Mount Tabor neighborhood program all feeds to Franklin, but more than half of Mount Tabor, or about half, is Japanese immersion, and they feed to Grant. So we did add them as a split feeder, and we'll fix this so that split feeder is a definition that incorporates any school that has more than one high school assignment, right? Having said all that, by the time we get to this model, the one that's new to you today, we have a really high number. And in fact, I think we have 3 schools that actually wind up feeding to 3 different high schools if we implemented this. So that means, and so as an example, we moved Vestal into Mount Tabor. Vestal feeds Madison High School. We also moved Laurelhurst into Mount Tabor because we were eliminating K-8. I mean, we were reconfiguring all the K-8s, and there wasn't any place else that we could put Laurelhurst that was nearby. Laurelhurst feeds Grant High School. Then the other school is Glencoe, which is actually where the Mount Tabor building is located, and it feeds Franklin High School. So that would mean that you would, if that were to happen, those are the kids that would go to Mount Tabor, and then off they would go to different locations after that. So there's lots of splits that come in this, and some of them would not be easy to resolve. For example, the Vestal change would not be an easy one to move out of Madison. You would have to move a lot of other things into Madison to offset it, and Vestal's pretty close to Madison. The Vestal community is pretty close to Madison. So we also just are noting up here high concentration of racially, historically underserved students. There's no directional, we're not asking you to consider higher or lower as better or worse. We just want to be racially conscious of where there are groups of historically underserved kids that make up concentrated parts of a school enrollment now and where they wouldn't in the future. We would have fewer schools with high concentrations of historically underserved students. And some may see that as a benefit, and some may see that as a grave concern if kids don't see other kids like themselves represented in their school.
So is that a function of having fewer schools that we're seeing that you're seeing fewer schools with high concentration because we have fewer schools, right? So we're going from more K-8s to a middle school, so we're reducing the actual number of schools that those students are.
So we'll actually have more schools in this configuration, but they'll have larger populations that draw from different areas. So it's a function of bigger boundaries.
But for 6-8, it's fewer schools. For that grade band, right?
Yes. You're right.
So that's my question is, are we seeing the concentration go down because we have fewer schools? We still have highly concentrated populations in parts of the city.
But when you join them together into fewer schools, they're not a high concentration anymore. That's what they become. They're still in the schools. They're not considered a high concentration of the overall school. It's a bigger school with more other kids in it. And so how that plays out under poverty, which is something that you guys have been pretty explicit about wanting to see fewer schools with high concentrations of poverty. Similarly, you go from 8 K-8s with high concentration of poverty now, and 2 middle schools down to 1 K-8 and 4 middle schools. So the one, I think, being Fabian, because we did leave Fabian as a K-8 in this configuration. So between 4 and, so yeah.
I don't mean to perseverate on this, but when you said you're worried if we only have Humboldt left, and I'm thinking of those 2 homeless schools, my question to why only those schools? Why not Smith? I'm thinking.
So we could have added Smith to
Okay.
this. So
We
this
could.
is a list. This is a list of buildings in PPS who either have students in them now, have had students recently, and would be ready to reopen.
Okay.
Like that are on track to be reopened. There may
Okay.
be other properties that are either leased or that could be reopened in time.
Because
so
yeah,
this,
okay.
yes, the
I
list
just
could
don't
be
want.
broadened.
I get it that this is a model, but I don't want us to go down this path and then now be stuck, right? That there isn't another building that can house these. I don't want. I really, really don't want us to end up in a dead end. That we've created a problem that we have to undo what we did to make room for these programs. So that's where my head is going, to make sure that there are other buildings. If you said there's only Humboldt and no others, then that seems like we can't go down this path because we have 2 homeless programs that I don't know it would fit in Humboldt.
So Sarah, I think we agree, and that's why we keep bringing this up, because there is, with Model B, I mean, just flat out, there's a risk here. I would consider it a risk that we don't have enough homes or spaces.
And we'll have a place for these schools. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing Model B, because we can't end up with homeless programs.
But conceptually, what do you like about Model B, and what, I mean, like this is, so we're not asking you to pick one of these.
Okay.
We've always said there's room to move in between them and room to improve them. What we really want to know is what criteria you would use to determine what's better than this, or which parts of it are strong and you would want to keep and improve, and which parts, and then you add that to what you're doing that's very similar on the K-8s, and then we start to blend them together to see.
So we may still end up with a blend. Okay.
Yes.
I can live with that.
So we've got Michelle, Scott, and Kim.
Are we in the general questions, I hope? So I'd like to look at the framing questions and go to the enrollment minimum question that we talked about earlier. Should 450 be the bare minimum? So I really think that we need some sort of understanding and commitment from you guys, meaning not me, but from PPS, somebody, that explains how and if 450 is an efficient number for providing those 2 electives. And I don't know how to answer that. As people, you do the staffing, you should be able to tell us if 450 is a good number or if it's too low. I don't really know. And then if that's enough to ensure that every student is getting 2 genuine electives, and all the other enrollment on top of that is for staffing, like core teachers and the non-elective courses, it shouldn't matter too much, except that there'll be more choices of electives. And so then how do we deal with if that's equitable or not? If, the fact that some students are going to have a greater menu to choose from than others, but is 450 enough to guarantee that everybody has access to a nice, robust offering like a band program, or, and this is really a PPS question. It's like, what do you think each school should offer? And if 450 is not enough in these small buildings, are you willing to provide that, if you want to call it non-formula or whatever you want to call it, but if moving to this model is going to save quite a lot of FTE, why can't we say we're going to use some of that to ensure a really robust baseline set? And maybe 450 is not enough to quite get there, but I have no way of answering that question.
Okay, so just to clarify that PPS, we have said in several presentations and in several ways that we see 450 as an adequate number, as a starting point, as a base. However, we've also heard the committee talk about values of having other middle schools in other places that could generate schools that are smaller than that. So maybe it's really a question about what exceptions would you see as worthy to make from 450, and the other thing that I would say is that we've received some comments from committee members that they're concerned that 450 isn't enough. So that's why we thought it was something that you all would want to discuss because of the different things that we'd heard from you. I understand if you don't feel like it's an explicit question that you can answer today, and that's all right. It's really more about, we've heard different things about this, we're showing you something new on it. Where are you on that topic? It's more conceptual.
So Scott, Kim, then Michael.
So to follow up on that, what I want to see is a model for a 450 middle school that says 20% of the students get this core plus a computer elective and a band elective. 30%, a potential really working 450 middle school and the actual outcomes that would fall out of that. Instead of saying, here's a list of the electives there, what's the reality of how many kids get those sets of electives? And then comparing that with one of our current sort of maybe a 550 or 600 middle school and West Sylvan as sort of the upper end. It's one thing to say, gosh, there's all these electives, but of course, students at West Sylvan don't take all those electives. 10% of them get this and this, and 20% get that and that. So that we have a realistic comparison, so that as a parent or a community member, I could say, oh, if my school goes from this K-8 to this size of a middle school, here's what I'd be getting. How's that compare to what we have now? And until we have something very concrete like that, the 450 thing and vague language about what you'll get core plus a couple of electives doesn't mean, it doesn't cut the mustard until I get a more concrete comparison of what the offerings will be. Great. Okay, that works for me. And I got one other.
Go ahead.
No, it's going to come back in about 5 minutes.
Uh-oh, okay. It's not here right this second. Got it. I guess back to what Sarah was saying about the two homeless programs. So one of them is, I know I hate that term, the Access and Creative Science. So Access I don't see in the same vein as Creative Science. Access is an alternative school and a requirement. I guess, and I haven't had time to read and absorb this because we just got it, but I guess the question that I'm asking is, and I'm just using Creative Science as an example because that's the one. But is it going to stick around, and should it? And that could go to a lot of these focus option programs. And so I guess until we know that answer, and just to remind everybody, we've been asking for that for months. We're asking what is the status of these focus option programs? Are they sticking around? Are they going away? And if they're sticking around, I'd like to know what's the criteria used to decide that? Or is it just an arbitrary? Again, I put access in a completely different, because it is, and just like MLC, they're alternative programs. Those are different than focus option programs. And I guess I haven't heard enough information as to why decisions are being made or not being made about those focus option programs.
The thought is, so concretely, my hypothesis is that if we did a straw poll right now, we'd be pretty close to consensus on opening Rose City Park as a K-5. That means Access needs to find a new home. And we need to, that's just an immediate thing, concrete thing that we collectively need to figure out. There's a limited number of options. I think we should have a small committee or working with staff, or staff should do it, or something like real immediately say, boom, we have to make a decision here, do it.
And I'm talking bigger than that.
So,
So we've got,
can I just jump in really quickly on that? I just want to state for the record that, and I think we've said this a few times, there's no plan to close focus option schools. That's not really on the table.
I know, why not? I guess that's the question, is why isn't that on the table? Because that would change
so,
a lot of scenarios. I'm just asking, I haven't heard from Mrs. Law.
so we've got Michael, Joe, Maxine, then Pamela.
Two things I wanted to address. One is on the 450 model for middle schools. That's 6 sections. And what we seem to have agreed as a committee was if a K-8 could just have 3 sections, it would be groovy. And so how can a 4 or 5 section middle school, a 5 section is 375 kids, why is that worse than a 3 section K-8? I think it's better. I don't understand that, why we're concerned about that. So that's the one comment there. I mean, you certainly now can have a whole lot more electives when you have 5 sections than you could with 2 or 3. The second one then is just unintended consequences. I look at how everything mixes up and looks really good in that last scenario. And the one question I would ask and is if you're taking higher income kids and saying we're going to bus you to some of the lowest performing schools in the city, are those parents going to send those kids there, or are they just going to opt out? So is that really going to happen? I think that's just something we need to take into account as we look at some of these scenarios. Opt out means you find another way. You either move your home, you go to private school, all sorts of things that you will find a way to avoid sending your kids to a school where you just find completely unacceptable.
So, Joe, Maxine, Pamela.
So this whole 450 student issue would be a great one to settle. Like the path you were on, Michael, this is just a request. Whatever it takes for us to get around that number or with some other number, then that's one less decision we got to think about. And then second, but I'm not challenging it. I just want us to be able to do that. And then I'm comparing A and B, and there's a variety. There's a whole bunch of differences, and this is just the really low-level data or the simple data set. But the dumb practical differences are in B. Chavez and Tubman are in play as middle schools. And in A, it's Beverly Cleary. And those other two aren't. So when you just think about that's when it gets all in cycle with the K-8 decision too, because there are anomalies maybe, and some work better than others. And does that take any of these possible choices off the table for us practically? Because the results are pretty similar, honestly. I mean, there are risks, but the results are pretty similar, I think, from what I'm seeing.
So Maxine, Pamela, Tony, Michelle.
I just don't know, because I'm not an educator. I don't work in the school system, but sometimes it feels like our subjectivity when it comes to talking about specific schools just kind of take precedence over our objectivity, which is the educational system overall. And so it's like we'll start talking about something and then we get off into how that's going to impact a specific school. And I find that confusing for me to, sit and have us go into these long dialogues, and then it seems to be more about what's going to happen with this school and what's going to happen with that school versus what's going to happen with the entire school system. So, and I take a lot of notes. I take a lot of notes because that's how I retain all this information. It's like we have brain dumps for people like me who don't work in the system. So I have to, try and absorb and, synthesize all this information. But that's the one thing. It seems like we, instead of operating at the top level, we're down here in the weeds. And that confuses me sometimes.
So I just want to speak. So I have a kid I don't have a kid as a focus option, and I agree with you that access is very different and an alternative school for a specific population. But in terms of focus options, I just want to say that I don't think that all kids learn the same, and so having some options for kids who learn differently I think is important, and I know I probably disagree with everyone in the room, and that's okay. But I also, I think some of the analysis that Sarah did about how it impacts the schools is interesting and learning for me about how it both hurts and helps neighborhood schools, which I didn't know. And I don't think that teachers are inherently unable to teach a diversity of students. I think that our class sizes, given our budgets, are huge, and the ability of teachers to meet the needs of 30 different students compromises their ability to meet the individual needs of given students. And so it's not, so I don't mean this to be against teachers in any way, but to Maxine's point, how do we best serve all of our kids within a system, given the budgetary and frankly the building constraints that we are given and are way outside of our control. So I just want to publicly advocate that we have some level of, I don't even want to say choice, because it's not really about choosing between neighborhood schools, which I don't think is a good thing, but having some options for kids who have different strengths or weaknesses or interests or ways of learning that I think is important given some of the constraints that are present and immutable in this current environment.
I think, are we in the feedback for the middle school group? Is that where we're at? Okay. One of the comparisons that I think is important for the middle school is to another middle school, not to a K-8. So for me, a middle school below 450, I'm not comparing that to a K-8. I'm comparing that to what's offered at other middle schools. So I would like you to consider that as you look at it. The other thing is we spin a lot around the split feeder pattern, dual assignment, and I'm wondering, I'm not taking a position, that if you remember where we started our work, we were focused on boundary changes, and we're going to be having a discussion on that again, and we have this thing called the soft neighborhood model. I think that's the correct name of it. But the notion of that is counter to, it aligns with split feeder and dual assign. It promotes that. So consider that as you're thinking through the middle school alignment.
So we've got a couple of minutes left. Margaret, Jason, Joe, and Michelle.
You're here. All right. Efficiencies. It's interesting. Depends on what we're maximizing. So I guess one of the things that I will encourage us to continue to have language around, and I think I'm hearing we have not developed specificity around things like what is the difference between an alternative program, a focus option program. I think the other piece that would be helpful is that when we think about, I'm going to encourage us again. I can't offer the language, but it is very hard to say that there are high performing, lower performing schools, right? So a lot of this tracks by SES and race in our districts. And I think that I don't know what the opposite, I don't know what to offer as a counter to it, other than I know that we talked about with school where we're going to look at student achievement as one of the criteria, and I have strong feelings about that, and that is student achievement is an outcome of the educational process. It is not an input. And I think that is hard to use as a criteria. And I'm trying to, I just want us to really think about the language, about how we talk about, because it's not about, when we talk about high performing, low performing, it's not the school. It is internalized to people, and that has real impact. And so I don't have I don't have a counter language to offer or an alternative language to offer, which is part of the problem with education just in general right now, is we get stuck in this language. So sites and various things. So, I mean, I do think we look at describing them, but when we get student achievement into that conversation, I think we have to be very careful in how we frame that.
So it being right around 3 and we're getting close to moving the groups, I would hope for all 3 groups to really come personally with some very clear recommendations, and this is why. And I think from Scott, but importantly from Michael's comment, and then also Maxine's, and then from, audience reaction, I think rarely am I ever, but in this time, I'm probably in the one emotional place in this quadrant, only because what's frustrating right now is that we're continuing to talk to some extent about high-performing and low-performing schools. And I hear applause from the back when we're talking about if we're going to send, wealthy families to lower-performing schools, they're going to leave, and they acknowledge that they're ready to do that. And I'm sorry, and I acknowledge that some of those parents are parents of the kids that I coach, so it's tough for me to sit here when they're talking about not sending their kids to a school that is my neighborhood, the neighborhood that I grew up in, the neighborhood that I still live. And what's still tough is that we're in 2015 and having this debate, and what's personal is that as the kid from North Portland, I'm still viewed as, in the Lincoln clusters, the person who can't afford to live there, so I'm viewed as something different. But when Peyton introduces me as the Constitution team coach, suddenly I'm important or I matter. I would like to know at one point when we can get to all of our schools and everyone that is there, they can say every person in that building matters. And at some point, I'd like to eventually get our system on the track to get there. It takes a long time to get there, and I acknowledge that. Because one of the things that I personally realized this week with my students is there was the first time that we had 5 high schools competing at the regional competition, and the day after, what I was approached with was, a teacher at Roosevelt and one of my classmates from Lincoln who lives in St. John's and said to me, Jason, why doesn't Roosevelt have a Constitution team? Me and 3 of my teammates live in that neighborhood. When can we start building? When can we do that? So at some point, we have to be willing to make a decision, because the families will help to build if we tell them what we're going to be getting in the long run. I'm personally not going to sit here and allow anyone to say, personally, not as chair but as a member, to acknowledge if we make a change and they don't like it, they're going to move. Quite frankly, I don't care. This is why. When we took the bus tour back in March with Ed Washington, one of the documents staff gave us was from 1860-something. When the school board was dealing with an issue of integrating schools then, they did not want to allow the African-American father to let his kids go to the white school. The school board denied that petition, in one fact because they were fearful of losing the financial support of the white families. That's the same thing that's happening in the 1960s. It's the same thing that happened early on when Forest Park families said that if we even thought to send their kids to Roosevelt, they want to secede from PPS to Beaverton. They were going to send their kids to private school. I'm done with dealing with things and people trying to issue threats to get what they want. As a person who was bullied in high school at Lincoln for 2 years, I didn't give in then. My job is to set the role model for how I want my students to act, and backing down to bullies, I'm not going to do it.
So we've got Joe, and then Michelle, and then Nisha.
Anyway, thank you for that, Jason. Okay, anyway, thank you for that, Jason. I want to talk about one of the framing questions that I've been struggling with. To Tony's point about comparing middle schools to middle schools, my sense around that is that we would want fewer, larger schools in order to have equitable programming access, and yet when I look at the when I look at the utilization rates, especially when we get to 2020, they're pretty high. There's space at I'm looking at Model B. There's space at a remote school like Jackson. I mean, there's just not a lot of space left to have fewer. So that's kind of a tension that I'm struggling with, is how do we get to equitable programming with our building capacity being the way it is, and are there any of these buildings that we can't use as middle schools? And it seems like they're all pretty full by 2020 as middle schools. So if, Tony or some of the, our senior staff or, facilities folks can help with that, because I would like to see more equitable programming and fewer larger schools, but I'm not sure how we do that with these 2020 utilization rates. So, anyway.
No, because I was picking up on a version of that too. In option A, we still have George as 111%, so that's overcrowded. But we still have two other schools in the hundreds, and so I wasn't sure how big. So a little bit, what it occurred to me is when I look at A and when I look at B, I think to get to B, we were trying to solve for optimizing the situation for North Portland, like in terms of utilization, in terms of poverty concentration, and the notion, it was just like the West Side discussion. There was this cascade sort of south. What happens, and does that improve the situation as you head south? And I think it's arguable. I don't know if it does or it doesn't, but at least in B, there's been some shift both in poverty concentration and utilization in George, and it's really a question for the schools, for the educators. Is that a big enough difference to make a difference? Because if it isn't, then it's just numbers, and if it is, then we can keep going from there and trying to get this thing to work.
So, Tony.
I had one more comment that I omitted the first time I had the mic around, the question of Cesar Chavez, George, do we have enough middle grades for our students to actually have to? And, it might be worth considering if at this time we don't, the committee puts a placeholder around a particular building for some time in the future. So it's captured, we know it's coming, the community knows it's coming, And we do so at such time where there are enough students to support, to provide a strong program. Just a thought.
So this is something that kind of ties our side to your side, and it kind of ties together this, we should be looking at the whole system. And this is bothering me on page 8, on the part of our presentation. Some of the new problems that were created, page 8 of this thingamabopper. And this is an example, and I don't understand how these things crop up except to say that they're institutionalized. It says Gray is undersized in comparison to other West Side middle schools, and it's at 503. Well, that's in the model. And why is that even, why would something like that be pointed out? Because it's not undersized, it's well over 450. But somehow it's a problem because it's smaller than the other West Side middle schools. I don't get that kind of attention that something like that would get. Yet, we're not, is it undersized? And compared to what? So when you're doing this thought process, I just try and be holistic and fair.
I would be happy to clarify the staff-written statement that raised that concern. You think? Yeah, it's relative. So the point. So what Sarah made earlier, just to clarify, is that it was raising the issue of enrollment parity, where right now you have Jackson and Gray that are very close in size, about 50 students apart. After these changes, they wind up being about 150 students apart. And so if that matters, if that's of concern in other places, we wanted you to see that it was also a concern there. So that's why it was on the list.
So last comment to Scott, and then we'll shift to the next agenda item. Scott's comment is ready to move. So we are at 3:13. For audience members, D-BRAC will spend about the next hour working in small groups. Feel free to take a break and come back at about 4:15 when the small groups will report back to a larger committee discussion. So from the, Alice, a question? Yes, what I want to do, though, is give you instructions before you go break. So what we're looking for is you'll have about an hour working in your 3 small groups, the West Side modeling, middle school criteria, K-8 criteria. And what we're really needing is specific, and based on everything that you've heard and learned, not just today, but in your 14 months on this committee, and 32 meetings and 90 hours in committee meetings together. Take that sum total of your knowledge and experience, and we're looking for specific language that could become part of your advice to the superintendent. And if there are areas on your subcommittee where there's a lot of agreement, highlight those. If there are areas where there's not agreement, highlight those as well. Avoid trying to polish to perfection your statements and what you're writing down. We're not at that stage yet. So what we're really trying to do is get some specific language for you, and I'll have some flip chart pages and markers for each of you to use.
Can I
Sarah
just one process thing? Yeah. We're going to assign each group a note taker. So there'll be PPS staff and then Aaron as well, just to help you. And they're not going to do verbatim notes. They're going to do kind of summary notes.
And we have actual rooms, like if you want to be able to, so this room right here, the security conference room is open, the enrollment and transfer center conference area is open. So if you want to move to a place where you can sit around a table, we can help you do that.
So, and Margaret.
I'm wondering, we had those lovely giant maps up at a previous meeting, if we could just get a setup. You know, the really big ones.
Tell us where you're going to be, and we'll
Yeah, if we could get those back up, that'd be helpful, thanks.
So the key kind of question that we're looking for from to prompt the 3 subcommittees, what criteria should PPS use to determine, for example, middle school location criteria that aligns with the values in our D-BRAC framework? So what criteria should and I'll come around to the 3 groups and give that to you.
So that also it's in the key questions that we presented.
Yes, and it's in the key question slides.
Yeah, the training questions.
So let's take about
One, can I do one last thing?
Sarah with
for
another.
the West Side group, you asked, there was a question about the number reassigned out and number reassigned in disaggregated, so we're going to give you that. And then you asked about some sort of proximity or distance measure, and we'll give that to you as well. They're right here.
So let's take a 5-minute break and then come back to your 3 subcommittees to work for an hour.
I'm a West Sider by association.
Do you know which?
No.
We are in Abernathy in the area in
all the other things, right? It's like it doesn't.
So,
Testing.
I mean, they kind of need to.
Can I get your notes now?
So Michael, it'll be you.
Yep.
I have a preference on some things, other things I just don't care about. Right.
All right, D-BRAC members, welcome back. I've been dropping in on all three groups, and a lot of good work has been done. And we need to take 2 minutes to rectify a public comment oversight that was my responsibility. And so we have Christine Reed from Skyline, who is got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your attention this afternoon. I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Sorry, to be right in front of you. Sorry. You have our undivided. Yes, I see. Okay, 2 minutes now. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Oh. No knocking on the door, right? He's allowed, right? Okay, thank you again for let me have the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I really do appreciate that. Wanted to represent Skyline. We're a small community. We have about 300 kids between K through 8. About half of this section is all Skyline, so I just want to let you know we have small numbers, but we're trying to show our presence to you here today. Wanted to bring to your attention 3 changes that definitely affect our students. One of the directives of the boundary changes is to have students move more towards their home school. And I'll use my family as an example. We live 5 miles from Skyline, and it takes my kids an hour to get home and to school each day, so it's an hour one way. And George is 13 miles away, so that would be, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to school. So I'd like you to consider the time of the kids in the buses for that long. And also with the neurological stuff that's happening at that stage when they're in junior high. Their homework and their time and their sleep that's really needed. And we've built a really strong community at Skyline. We've had some unfortunate instances happen at Skyline that has brought us very close together. And we've also had 4 principals in 5 years. So we've had a lot of change, so less change would be better for us as a community. And we're also a rural school, as we said. So we're 64 miles is our boundary of our school, which sounds, it's very different than, the urban and the other issues that you're facing, and I definitely understand that. But we have 300 kids, 200 of them are K through 5, and 100 of them are in the middle school. So if you take away those middle school kids, the core programs for that K through 5 that's remaining would really lose a lot of funding and development that they have and received today. But anyway, just wanted to definitely say that that's important. In the Lincoln cluster, we're also at the second reduced free and reduced lunch at 27.2%. And the transportation over to George would be probably roughly $350,000 extra that wouldn't need to be spent if we keep Skyline a K through 8. So again, IB and our community has kept us really strong, and we really would like to maintain that if at all possible. And in conclusion, we strongly urge you to maintain Skyline as a K-8 local community school with our successful IB program, access for core programs at all grade levels, and keep transportation costs to a minimum for the good of our students and future leaders. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So we're shifting to subcommittee report outs, 3 groups, and I'm not sure if there's a group that wants to go first, but what we want to do, just to be clear for committee members, we've got 32 minutes left. We want to hear each of the 3 report outs before we go to larger group comments, okay? Because it's really important for each of you to hear what the rest of you have been doing. So is there a group that would like to volunteer to go first? We're all pointing at Pamela.
I just need the notes from the note taker. Okay, so I want to just acknowledge that we had some really robust discussion, and these are recommendations that we still want to potentially need some more discussion around. So this is where we got now. Closer to my mouth, so you can hear my lisp better. Okay, so the first criteria is if a school in an existing facility could support three sections at each grade, it could remain a K-8. If keeping the K-8 configured school would not hinder the ability of other schools that are converting to K-5 on the basis of facility size. If a school is very geographically remote and converting to a K-5 would require extreme travel circumstances, and the thing we were thinking about was Skyline. That's an exception, sorry. And the other exception to our rules was if a school is being rebuilt as a partnership with the university, so calling out Fabian. And an ask is to consider that the district consider including Sunnyside as part of, as a neighborhood school and not as a focus option school, since a majority of the students at Sunnyside are neighborhood students, not because of how many neighborhood students there are not as many students, very few students can now transfer in. And does anyone else have anything to add? It
would be subject to the same criteria as all of the other cases.
We did not consider focus option or alternative schools. So those were outside of what we considered.
So Joe, reporting for the next group.
So we had the middle school criteria, and we concluded or came to consensus that the 550 enrollment is the bare minimum for a middle school. 450, thank you. 675, no. 450 is enrollment as a bare minimum for middle school, but in the short term, so a maximum of 3 years, you can go below 450 to get there, because we think the transition sooner than later is important, and strategically we should be willing to do that. We favor a 2 middle school solution in North Portland, and we're looking for the modeling and staff's input on how to solve the forecast George overcrowding, okay? Because in 2020 it's forecast to be overcrowded in scenario A. We favor more smaller middle schools and fewer larger due to the need for choice of smaller schools, better relationship building in smaller schools, and facility constraints, resilience what we noticed also is that the smaller schools aligning sometimes with the schools with greater poverty could be advantageous for the programming part too. Like it seemed to work by going with the more smaller school option. And we had a number of additional implementation elements to preserve the benefit of K-8s where possible. So we must work with the schools and families to ease transportation between K-5s and middle schools, helping to preserve some of the value placed on having older and younger sibling supports in a K-8. So through transportation and through working with the families directly, find a way to smooth that out to provide those same kind of benefits to meet those values. Secondly, we must prioritize relationship building in middle schools. We cannot have middle schools as usual, as they have been in the past necessarily in terms of how the programs are run and facilitating. We must work to preserve kids being known as they have had the opportunity to be known by their teachers in K-8s. And we came down on Skyline undecided, but now it's, that recommendation works with the way we were looking at things too.
So Michael, for the west side boundary.
We also had 3 questions to consider. The first one was, does this plan meet enrollment balancing values better than scenario 1 or 2? And we concluded that yes, it did. It took care of Chapman much more effectively than either of those two, and seemed like it would have opportunities to address both short-term and long-term crowding at Chapman and potentially Lincoln. And it did resolve the split feeder issue at Bridle Mile by not having a split feeder at Bridle Mile. Second question was, would you recommend we gather community input on this plan now, or should we make other modifications first? And because there are so many possible modifications, we thought it probably made sense to put it out to the community and let the community weigh in on what modifications they'd like, rather than us swizzling it and then having the community having to do it again. So it didn't really make sense to do it one more time before it got out to the community. Let's get everyone involved up front. Some considerations. One is a lot of these lines could be moved a little bit one way or another. Some of them don't line up really well with current neighborhood boundaries. Some of them do result in limited numbers of kids that could walk to a current school would have to be bused to another school. So I think there will be options for the community to make suggestions. And it was kind of, just personally, it's very hard to see on that very small map exactly where those lines were drawn, and I'm sure there will be neighborhood considerations to think about. One question here is, where is Skyline going? So when we were there in a vacuum, we had not heard the other group's suggestion for whether it would be a K-8 or a K-5, and whether it would feed into Roosevelt or whether it would feed into Lincoln. So that's an open question that we did not address in this one. And a couple other things. I have to scroll down here. One is just where does Odyssey go? I think there's very close to consensus that the Odyssey people would like to move, and the Hayhurst people, not that they don't like Odyssey, but would like to have the space freed up. But that being said, there's a question of, does it have to be at East Sylvan? And a couple other things that are out there. There's Smith as a possibility, although we understand that there's a 2-year time frame to get there rather than a 1-year time frame, but also a possibility that it could be moved down to Jackson. Jackson, being a former high school, will in all likelihood never be filled with a middle school and probably has enough classrooms. So there might be other options to look at as to where to relocate Odyssey. And obviously we'd want community input from that, in addition to just anything from the PPS. And I have one more.
One more.
And then the third question was, should we consider these changes for implementation in 2016? And we said yes. The situation, as we've certainly heard from the Chapman community and others, is pretty dire at the moment. And so waiting till 2017 or 2018 does not help that issue. Certainly the Odyssey and the Hayhurst people have said they're very anxious for a action sooner rather than later. An open question is, what happens if we follow the current PPS policy of grandfathering, and you would make these changes over a period of 6 or 7 or 8 years? Or what would happen if the board chose to make a special exception to the standard policy and said, we will make some more sweeping changes, but also those would have to start in 2016.
So, Joe.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one clarification that, just to make it clear, our group also was supportive of scenario B as the foundational support for our scenario for us. That system looked good, with the difference being a 2 middle school North Portland solution, and which schools or middle schools we're open to, modeling and recommendations on that. Is that fair?
We liked the 3 school scenario, but with Skyline out of the picture, we couldn't see how to make it work. So 2 seemed better, but we didn't have an exact answer of how to make that work. So we're leaving that open, but the rest of B, yes.
So, Mark.
And what we define as North Portland, we have to be very careful with, because I believe that we were saying it was very north. It's the pretty North Portland part. No, because right in B, really there are 4 middle schools in North Portland: Tubman, Ockley, Cesar Chavez, and George are geographically located in North Portland. When we say 2, I think we were really thinking about between Ockley, Chavez, and George. Of those 3, we were having a hard time figuring out how to do all 3, I believe, yeah. And then, can I just add one other thing that we had quite a long conversation about the implications. We didn't talk about the elementary implications with it, but once you go to the middle school model, you impact the K-5s and the K-8s quite dramatically. I mean, the K-5s and the high schools quite dramatically. And we were looking, the information in front of us was the middle schools. So we have to go back and look at what happens to the system overall. And I think that's the split feeders and all those kind of questions, and what does that look like as you move this in both directions, actually becomes really quite critical. And that was not what was in front of us.
Sheila.
I had a question for Michael. Was there a question about whether or not you wanted a shift east to be modeled?
So we discussed, this overall model, I kind of call it the shift south. Essentially, kids move south from Chapman, and it just kind of builds from there going south. We took a very quick look at, could you possibly move kids east from Chapman across the river? And at least our very quick observation was it didn't look like there was room in those schools without completely impacting the east side model. So don't know if it makes sense. I don't know if you want to add to that.
So I would add to that, and again, we didn't consider what was going to happen at Skyline, so it looked at the old model of Skyline still going to George. So the thinking was, if you still suggested Skyline was to be a K-5 and then went to George for middle, then the question was also, if you move Chapman east, so they want to go to a middle school in North Portland, then a third, then part of the problem was going to be, then you've only got Forest Park, Ainsworth, and Bridlemile as elementary schools. So on one hand, you may be alleviating the overcrowding at Lincoln. You may bring the numbers down, but do you still have enough enrollment numbers to have a healthy West Sylvan Middle School and a healthy high school at Lincoln? So that's the trade-off. If you consider the east, Chapman going east in addition to Skyline, is that you impact the stability of a successful Lincoln from purely a numbers perspective. At least that was a point. I don't know, it was a question that I raised, so it was a point of, if you do that, is there significant enough? That would be the concern.
Do D-BRAC members have other questions or comments about the work the other groups made? Michael's got one more thing, and then Tony.
So just one other thought. We didn't ask the staff to model it, but if you put Odyssey somewhere other than East Sylvan, that did free up that building as a possible another way to reconfigure the west side.
Also, the link to the K-8 criteria around geographic location is one. The west side scenario right now, part of the relief for Lincoln is predominantly because of the skyline move. So if that doesn't move, that comes back to reevaluating scenario A.
So if Skyline stays in the Lincoln cluster, if you look at the numbers that we gave you today, just sketch out, add about 100 into Lincoln to give you a sense of what that impact would be.
So, Kim.
I guess I still go back to my original question that I asked earlier in the day, listening to my colleagues from Lincoln. How do you, and I don't have the answer, again, I'm putting it back to the experts, is I don't think that even a change of 200 at Lincoln is enough. Like it's really, really overcrowded. So is there anything else to be looked at before it gets rolled out to the community that we could throw in the mix that might relieve some of that overcrowding? And I don't have an answer. I'm just saying 200 isn't enough.
Go next door to Scott.
And if we luck out, we'll pass a bond in 2016. That may have funds designated for Lincoln to be built to 1,700.
Okay, that's good.
So I guess there's a short term and a longer term in here that's unfortunate, but.
That's good. When would it be?
So, Hector and Judy.
So it may be obvious, but so not only does our decision about Skyline impact Lincoln, but it also impacts the feeder pattern to George. So that's going to be something to look at.
So I'll just put something out there for you to think about, and that is that when you looked very quickly, I recognize, at Model B, and you saw a lot of things you liked, one thing that you saw was a lot more schools, about half of our middle schools, with feeding multiple high schools. And then that doesn't even incorporate what Margaret is saying about dual assignment. So as a temporary measure, one thing to think about is whether you would create a split feeder pattern for West Sylvan, where all of the West Sylvan feeder schools did not stay together to Lincoln, and perhaps one or more of them went to Wilson. Something to think about, because you asked, and I'm just trying to offer like ways that you could get there, that you could make that change, and it wouldn't have to be permanent. It could be subject to future additional capacity at Lincoln.
So is this the continuation of the Lincoln conversation here?
It's the continuation of the high school, I guess.
So can I ask a kind of a group question here? And I'll come back to you, Kim. Okay. So, and this is where you guys know more than I do as a generalist facilitator. You've heard from each other about the work that you did over the last hour. And I've noticed we've had several questions that kind of relate to this high school feeder pattern, and Lincoln in particular. Do we need to keep diving into that in our remaining 12 minutes, or are there other things that you want to hear or talk about related to the subcommittee work that just occurred? So, Margaret, is there a...
So I think that, I don't think we can address the high school issue in 12 minutes. Not even close. So I would just say I think we should just table. I mean, I think we have to look at it, and I think it's not just Lincoln Wilson, it is the entire system. I think it is imperative that we go back to say, how does this impact the system overall? And we've really gone into fine detail at specific grade bands, and now we have to take a step back, and we have to look at the whole system. And then say, is this, are we close or not? But I think that what I heard as criteria, we started to lay out the foundation for our criteria, which I felt, so what I heard was K-8s had to have 3 sections, and here are some exceptions. There are some pieces that, of middle schools, This is the kind of the idea, right? So like I think as a framework for developing and working through some of the issues, I think we'll get there. I do think the high school issue is going to be a big one. And I think that and how things flow, we had a brief discussion about like I think we need to talk about what we mean by split. Like we have to dig into what we mean by split feeders, and then what does that mean by grade level? Because I think it changes somewhat based on grade level. And it feels different when an elementary goes to 2 different middle schools than it does when a middle school goes to 2 different high schools, potentially. I'm not making a statement one way or the other. I'm just saying perhaps it feels differently. So I think there's a framework that I think helps us get to how we're going to start to make the decisions, but we're not making the layout at this point. So I appreciate the work of the subcommittee, so thank you.
I agree. I think that we have to, I don't want to say we'll get to high schools eventually. I agree that we're not going to solve it in 10 minutes now, but it's got to happen because as a community member, I wouldn't be satisfied with, here's what we're going to do with K-5s, here's what we're going to do with middle schools, and we'll figure out high schools later. We need to look at the entire system, and sooner rather than later.
Scott, Nisha, Pam.
So I'm the minority member of the K-8 group. I think there should be, get out, yeah, I'll leave now. I think there potentially should be more exceptions carved out. I think we have some K-8s who are pretty vocal in support of staying at K-8 and are saying that they're getting educational success, some in higher income, some in lower income. I would request that PPS has some educators go and talk with staff to see what is going on there. And I think if it's not broken, don't fix it. This district will have enough work to do in dealing with the K-8s that do want to go back to K-5 and middle. That's plenty on their plate without adding things that aren't, to me, a priority in terms of addressing historically underserved populations.
Nisha.
And I also just wanted to make sure that we don't forget that we still have access and creative science that need spaces, and none of our groups were able to get to that. So that's another thing that we need to kind of figure out through this process as well as it sounds like maybe Odyssey also.
Okay, Pam.
So I just wanted to bring up something that we spent a lot of time talking about in our group, and that was how do we define success and how are we talking to the community about what we're doing here, because a lot of people seem to be thinking that all we're talking about is buildings. And I think it's really important that we get the message out to the community that what we're talking about is student success and how are our students successful and how this plays into our student success. So I see John's left, but I think that our group felt pretty strongly about the way that we were talking about this and making sure that the public understood what we were doing. It wasn't just about drawing lines and looking at buildings. And then the other thing that Margaret's comments made me think about is I also think we have to make sure that the public and our community understands that this isn't the end. We're going to have changes ongoing, probably more often than we have in the past, because we do want to make sure that we have opportunities for every one of our students. And so, there will be boundary changes and those kinds of things as we go along.
So, Pamela, and then
I
Jason.
also just wanted to clarify that we explicitly said that student success is not defined by test scores, but that we need to clarify what student success is, and it is not a number that a student gets in a given test on a given day defined by someone that is not in a building. So it is not a test score. It's something more complex, but we didn't have the time to figure out what that was.
And we talked about school success in addition to student success, so there's a lot of different things that we can pull into that kind of success.
Jason.
So I have a comment, clarifying question first, then a comment. So clarifying for Joe, I just want to make sure I heard for the middle school group that the kind of initial group consensus was that your minimum enrollment for middle school should be 450 if you're there currently, or you could get there over a period of at least 3 years. Is that? I want to make sure I heard that.
No more than 3 years.
No more than 3. So if you can't, got it. Okay, so I'm glad I heard that correctly. And then the other thing that I wanted to note from our West Side group, which was there are portions in the new proposed map that we're seeing who weren't impacted by our original scenarios 1 or 2. So with whatever change gets rolled out as part of the superintendent's official proposal with the board, that, you know, that the board, it's part of the board's public process to ensure that they're making it a priority to hear from communities who are not originally impacted by the first go-around, so that they get their input early before a decision is made. So just being acknowledgement of that, not just for the communities and part that are between Lincoln and Wilson Bridleman, but other schools that may be impacted in the official proposal to the board that weren't before.
I just have a quick comment about student success. I don't think that we do need to define what student success looks like or school success, because I think the problem that education in general, and I'm talking about nationally, is that we are trying to define success for every single student and not taking into account that every student is different and success looks different for every student. I think that instead we need to define, or we need to explain and justify equity and how we've implemented it, and opportunity. And then students have a chance to make their own success. But I don't want a blanket statement of this is success.
So last comment to Scott, and then we'll shift to next steps.
I have a question for the middle school group around 450. What's the difference between 400, 450, 500? Why, as a member of the public, why 450 and why not one of those other numbers?
Can I have the
What?
Yeah.
Well, no, I understand there are differences, but why here? And how do you communicate that in terms of what that means concretely for students?
Yeah, but those are long gone. Well, it's about sections. It's about how many ways you can divide up kids and how much then additional FTE is generated that you can offer explorers electives. So I think, I don't know if he's still here, talked about Robert Gray. They do have true choice in electives, being a 460 student middle school. I, as a 220 some roughly middle school, my kids don't have choice. I divide them up and I say, you get this one this term and you get that and you get that. You get a choice because you're going to have art, but you're going to have it one of 3 or 4 different quarters. So it's a threshold, and I know you want to know what that looks like, and it might vary, but 450 gives choice, and there'd be more choice, more opportunity at bigger, but at least you now are getting choice that you don't get. I think that could be in our recommendations of why we picked that.
So the interest is to help the public clearly understand the rationale behind the 450 versus 400 or 500.
And I think the other piece, I'm going back to this is probably from August. I think the conversation was around when we talked about sections. When we got to this conversation about sections and what does that look like, and when you have slight enrollment fluctuations, like where is that sweet spot? And so there was an analysis that Sarah and Sean presented that was helpful in showing how disruptive that those enrollment variations would be. And it would be helpful to go back to that. I think that will help frame it, and we can surface that because I think if you think about 450 students over 3 years, it's 150 students at a grade level on average, right? And so then I think that's part of what is helpful to suss out. And so if there's variations, if one grade is 100 and another is 200, it's helpful. But if you're at 400 and that there's that big of a difference, then it impacts, and just as a sense of how can the system respond to variability, and I think that you get some economies of scale at some level, at a threshold level, and I think we should be able to describe that. Yeah.
So we have about a minute left till 5, and we need to talk a little bit about next steps. And I know Judy has a couple of comments, and it may be that Jason has a few. So I'll keep tap dancing while Judy and Sarah huddle for a minute. Are you ready for next steps?
Amazing job sticking with it today, you guys. Were great in 2014. You were fabulous in 2015. I don't even know how to describe how you're rolling out 2016, but we may keep you around for a long time if you keep this up. You're like, ooh. Next D-BRAC meeting will be in this building on Thursday. If you can be here, Director Knowles apparently won't be with us. I apologize. That's too bad. But one thing I just need to point out is that there's a conflict here, there's a conflict downstairs. We're trying to resolve it. We'll get you a place. And if a whole other school full of people shows up, we'll get them a place too. But you're going to have to walk in the room, the building probably, and be directed. So just know that. Yeah, we haven't had quite that much fun yet. You asked staff for some information today, and some of it is in my hand, and I'd like us to put it in yours. The thing that we're passing out right here is what you asked for additional details on the west side, which is the bus eligible distance and the walk zone distance change. And then the number reassigned is broken out by whether it's ins or outs. So you asked for it, staff did it. These folks already had a chance to see it, but everybody else didn't. Early in the meeting, Scott Bailey asked about the reliability of the PSU forecast. We don't have a better answer than the one that Sarah gave, but since that may be a topic that you want to know more about, what we did is we just printed out the pages from the most recent PSU report that describes how they calculate reliability, at what level, and what we know about it. So if that's a topic that you wanted to know more about, it's written here, and if you seek additional information beyond that, if you could just send us an email, and then since Sheila's right here with us, maybe she can help us get additional information. Our theory, and of course we'll be talking with the planning group over the next couple of days, is that the next meeting will be focused on you coming back and refining the statements that you developed today into a collective product that could go to the superintendent in just about a week's time. From that, we will also have to be talking about what else it means. What about high school? I don't know what we can get you by Thursday that helps frame the high school impact. It is unlikely that we would be able to flesh out a full scenario based on Model B with the changes that you suggested by Thursday. So just know that. But your rules about what make that model work is a product that you can still continue working on even if you haven't seen that final result. And we have to be thinking together about buttoning up the scenario that you looked at for the west side today and planning for community involvement and input on that and keeping you guys involved in that. It was so important for you to hear the community input on the last scenarios and respond to it. We'd like to know if there's an opportunity to do that and fit that in with the other things that we're asking you to do right now. So just know that we've got to think that through instead of just sending it to the community and then back to the superintendent and not having your sort of heads still in it. I think we wouldn't want that. See, this is what you get for being so good. So I think that's everything that I had. And Jason.
So lastly, I would just offer that for those who took notes in your individual work groups, if you could send all of that info to me so that way I can start working with folks to put it all together and getting that Word document produced in time for everyone to look at starting at some point on Tuesday, that would be great. we have officially been here for 6 hours and 5 minutes. So I just wanted to say to the membership and the community, thank you for diving deep and getting us as far as we've gotten today, because I feel like we made a lot of progress on some really specific things and to the work in the final stretch. So thank you all so much for moving forward. And in the spirit of a new year, we're making really good ground across the board and starting off on a good note. So thank you for that. And with that, we are adjourned.